Yes, sir, brother Jay. We appreciate you, brother. We got another grand draw, and we finna bring on the manifest. Make sure you share this special broadcast. I'm doing a little bit myself over here. I'm getting ready to drop this on a couple of platforms. So you do the same, family, as I do the same, and we're gonna navigate from there. Just give me 1 second right here. Get this demonstration on the manifest and make sure we can reach the people. We want to make sure the people can hear this. And we're going to open it up just like we opened it up in our last demonstration so that people can come in here and really interact and speak about these things. We had a grand bill in our last drawing, so we might as well keep this demonstration rolling, family. Get this truth out here. The people can speak here, their voice can be heard. So we definitely on the manifest to give our people what it is necessary to educate them and uplift them. You know what I mean? So anybody that would like to come in here, is welcome. And the only rule that we have in here is that we keep it peaceful. Because the goal is not to go back and forth in conflict. The goal is let it be known where the real conflict lies. And it really has to do within the heart and the mind of man himself, his own thinking. This is going to be a powerful demonstration right here. It's going to be very powerful, family. So just get ready. And like I said, share this demonstration and make sure you let the people know that we on here. We're going to do something different than the way everybody else demonstrate, because most of the time when we see everybody else demonstrate, it's a lot of mud slinging going on. It's a time for everything. It's a time for, peace, and it's a time for conflict, war. Not in the sense that where one is trying to bring destruction, but where it's a time that one must stand in defense of the truth. You see, as we say, we stand in defense of the gospel, not the European concept, but we are chief defenders of the truth. That's what we are alluding to. So, like I said, I'm just doing my little postings here, and we're going to get right into this demonstration. This is going to be a powerful measure right here, family. I can guarantee you that. We will be featuring again the Book of Fire. Yes, sir. We will be featuring the Book of Fire. The exhuming of a nation, for those who don't know what the Book of Fire is. We want to make sure that we bring clarity to our family. So I'm just over here sharing, this particular video. Make sure we can reach the masses. And we most definitely know this is going to be a grand drawing, and I look forward to all of your input. Those who choose to come forth and give some input. So all is well. Let me do this here again. Just give me 1 second, family. Okay. We want to wake all the masses up, family. We want to wake the masses up. I'm going to open up with a track or two, too. Let's see. Okay. Give me 1 second. Yeah, we doing this right here, family. We ain't in competition with nobody. We just trying to reach the people with the message. In fact, this measure right here going to expose the illusions of competition. This measure going to put all of that out there. So just give me 1 second. Keep giving our family this here. Okay. few more people. I want to make sure that I'm able to reach as many as possible. Do the same on your end, family. Again, share the link. Okay. Let me see here. I think that's almost it right there. Yeah, that's about it right there. All is well. So let me close out some of these windows. Make sure that everything is relative is here. I got a lot going on back in this background, family. I be doing so much research and I'm constantly at it. So yeah, I got about 30 different pages I got to X out up here. Because my little search engine stay on fire. You know, when I'm doing this research and trying to compile this information to give to our family. So let me get that out of here, get all this up out of here so we don't have no disruption, you know, due to the flood or too many tabs. We don't want nothing obstructing, you know, the message that we have to bring. We ain't giving Rome no excuse tonight. Okay, so there we go. Down to those. All right. So what I'm going to do now, okay, I got two. I'm going to close that out. Okay, let me close this. Okay. So I'm going to go ahead and pull us up a little track real quick, one of my tracks. And then we're going to come forth after that demonstration. Okay, let me see here. Let you hear one you ain't really heard. You probably heard it if you listen to my little music. Okay. Okay, let me share this here. Okay. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Okay, so what I want to do, I want to share my system audio to make sure this demonstration come forth with clarity too. Okay. I want to make sure I ain't got nothing in the background that's going to cause no conflict here. Okay. All right. Let me go back here. You know, we've been talking about living in the last days, you know, and watching hell unfold right here in front of us. You know, but when the truth is on the manifest, falsehood must flee, you feel me? Brothers, we living in hell, can you tell? Just take a look around. Trumpets blown, but then we hear the sound. I guess we still waiting. It's hell to visit and witness my word. Let's free our souls from this penalty. Brothers, we living in hell, can you tell? Just take a look around. Trumpets blown, but then we hear the sound. I guess we still waiting. It's hell to visit and witness my word. Let's free our souls from this penalty. I seen no teacher as an adolescent. My head was solid and steel, so my mother was stressing. Cursed with this blessing on September the 27th. I was convicted from the womb as a young felon. They even barely see my only father was my group. A group of thoroughbreds, a few days, but they was true underneath the law for pulling me through. Despite the madness, I'm never neglecting the youth. And sleeping mad since we bleed from a single wound, so why not heal together? Cause in the meantime, it's getting better. But see, this game won't last forever. I seen a change in policies.
So pay attention to my prophecies. And please, let's give the babies a chance to grow and breathe. Then with these loaves, we can feed more. Believe, when will we ever learn to love ourselves and see that hell is a cell filled with black men? We living in hell, can you tell? Just take a look around. Trumpets blown, but did we hear the sound? I guess we still waiting. It's every visited witness my word. Let's free our souls from this penalty. Brothers, we living in hell, can you tell? Just take a look around. Trumpets blown, but did we hear the sound? I guess we still waiting. It's every visited witness my word. Let's free our souls from this penalty. The greatest wars within being we all sin. But then again, let's check them foes we consider friends. Cause like casino, they flip when the issue is chips. But rather than slip, I'll be secure, so I'm fully equipped. And this a trip is right or wrong, we'll be labor faggots. Let's congregate in commemoration, respect your elders. Maybe this life will be the one to bring your Savior's day. If you consider this hour to flee, I'll lead the way. Knowing this world is crooked, why do we deviate? Missing the mark by miles because of arrogance and self-hate. But I guess we see it in our own time. See, nothing profits a man lacking his own mind. It's a terrible thing to waste, brothers. We need power. Our resurrection is rising above the ways of haters and cowards. See, the beast devoured the lost sheep, roaming alone. Yes, not so much that we protect our own. Brothers, we living in hell, can you tell? Just take a look around. Trumpets blown, but did we hear the sound? I guess we still wait. It's every visit, witness my word. Let's free our souls from this penalty. Brothers, we living in hell, can you tell? Just take a look around. Trumpets blown, but did we hear the sound? I guess we still waiting. It's every visit, witness my word. Let's free our souls from this penalty.
Rising power, all the ancestors who sacrificed their very own lives for the uplifting and salvation of us as a nation. Salute, family. Yes, sir. Yeah, that's where we at with it, though. Oh, yeah. We just try to, we try to add our little drawing, fam, Jay. To give our people a little drawing, to let them know that we've been there. We come up out the mud just like them. And yeah, honors to the outlaws. It ain't strange that you mention them, Jay, because the outlaws, the seventh outlaw, young noble, the brother Park, named after Prophet Noble Drew Ali. He said that out his own mouth. And I even had a clip I played not long ago in one of my broadcasts where Pop was talking about the Moors as well. So it ain't strange that Pop was naming his last and final member of the Outlaws, Noble Drew Ali. He seen the prophet being important out of all the leaders that he could have said. He could have said Malcolm. He could have said, Hewitt P. Newton, and, based upon the things that he had been taught and came up on. But our brother wanted to name the seventh member of his group, the Outlaws, Noble Drew Ali. Facts. Look at the Vlad interview where young Noble is speaking, and you will see where he said. And like I said, I got footage that I mentioned on here recently in one of my recent broadcasts where I was showing that Pop was speaking about the Moors and being Moors. So that's a whole nother measure. It ain't strange that the brother named his album Machiavelli, the 7-Day Theory. So he understood the science of the Circle 7, family, minus doubt or contradiction. So subject that we have on the manifest, family, it's going to be a grand drawing. It's going to be a powerful demonstration. We talking about the 5 folds of man, being that the 5 folds of man are his open adversaries, Lucifer, Satan, devil, dragon, and beast. And a lot of time we use the terminology man as Moorish American national. Also on another level, man actually represents a master of all nature, a master of Allah's nature, MAN. You know, these are acronyms that we use to describe certain measures. So what happens when we understand the draw and we get it, and we get into these five folds, you know, you're going to have a grand insight of these folds. And what we're going to do, we're going to pull up the lesson that our chairman actually put out here. You know, Dr. Akin Pert M. Heru Tutankhamun Bay, you know, aka Elihu Pleasant Bay, Swift Angel number one. You know, our brother's known by many different names, you know, but nevertheless, you know, it's a powerful drawing that we had to bring on the manifest. Let me pull up this PDF real quick. And soon as I get this up right here, we're going to go in. See, we have been taught to look at everybody else outside of ourselves as the enemy. You know, we've been taught that we are adversaries to each other and that we are the enemy to each other. But I'm going to show you something here that transcends all that thought, where we got to deal with some accountability. That's what the world is calling for, us to be responsible for our actions. You see, there's a measure in the Grand Quran where, you know, it is taught that man must speak the truth even if it is against his own self. Prophet Noble Drew Ali said it like this: if my own mama ain't right, she can't get by. And that's how stern he was when it came to dealing with the truth. Now, we ain't going to deal with no spookism, because we know that the devil and the monster that man deemed to be such is the devil and the monster that is within one's own self. This ain't got nothing to do with no, you know, mythic being in no red pantaloon with hooves and a pitchfork in his hand, sticking you. You see? In all actuality, this is where we are more into the measure where we end up sticking ourselves, so to speak. So let me go here. This is the five folds right here, and there's five of them. They very long. We can do a whole series on this right here by itself. And this was actually put forth by, again, our Grand National Chairman, Dr. Akin Pert M. Heru Tutankhamun Bay. You know, and man, this is a powerful lesson. Every lesson that he gives has adept commentaries in it. That's why it says with adept commentaries here. Now listen to this mastermind draw, family. The first thing he came forth and stated is know thyself. Now we hear in every walk of life and every belief system you can think of. Know thyself, you know, is an idiom, you know, a statement that you will hear people making now in this era and time just to sound conscious. But do people really have a knowledge of their self? Do they really know their self? In fact, the Moorish Holy Quran open up, you know, with the statement, know thyself and thy Father God Allah. You see, Prophet Noble Drew Ali taught that man must know his higher self and his lower self. So we're going to get into a little bit of that right there and show you how we can make these things applicable to our lives so that we can start thinking. Our brother Prophet Noble Drew Ali said that if he can get us to thinking, we will save ourselves. So we want to deal with some application. We ain't here to preach, you know, to our family like we own, you know, some type of podium or behind the rostrum or the pulpit. No disrespect for those who like to do that. We here to teach and instruct. We instruct them right now. You see what I'm saying? So these are holy and divine instructions that we have here. We want to give honors to our Grand National Chairman of the Moorish American Government, Dr. Akin Pert M. Heru. Again, also known as Dr. Elihu Pleasant Bay Swift Angel number one, the number one defender of Prophet Noble Drew Ali. Yeah, I said it. So anyway, he went on. He said, fearfully and wonderfully are you made, but you should not vaunt the body because it was first formed, nor your brain because therein thy soul resided. It is not the master. Is not the master of the house more honorable than its walls? And we know the master of the house in the context of what's being stated here. We're not talking about a master like the slave master. We're talking about the master of this house that we call the temple of perfection, which is the body. Who is the master of this house if it's not the higher self? The higher self is Allah in man. So now we're talking about the reality of God, not spookism, not something that we don't have any consciousness or recollection of. We're talking about omnipresence, the omniscience, you see, the omnipotence of the creator activating creation through his creation. And we just so happen to be a part and partial of that creation. So yes, the master of this house that we call the body, which is the spirit in man, is more honorable than its walls, the flesh. You see, even though we think we may look good because we work out a little bit, we think we may look good because we inherit certain traits from our mothers and our fathers. We like to call ourselves, all types of things when it comes to praising, the manifest, so to speak. But the master is more honorable than that. That spirit that is within us is more greater than that. That's what the ancient Comedian adepts taught. So it say, wherefore is the consciousness reposed on thee alone, right? In other words, we are those who have been given consciousness, not only to be conscious of ourselves and be conscious of the creator who created us, but also that we may lead the charge of being the caretakers, the vicegerents, the caliphs, lords of the plane of soul, lords of the plane of things made manifest. You see, this is why we have been given consciousness. This has been given to us. Animals don't govern or have the responsibility to govern creation as we have. We have the responsibility of govern creation, animals, the plant life, all the way down to dealing with the atomic level. This is how we go into science and we begin to create things for ourselves. We find, those things which will heal us by delving into the nature, or should I say the nature. So anyway, it states thinking and understanding, reasoning, willing, and remembrance. Call not these the soul, they are its actions. So we see that the actions of the soul are thinking, understanding, willing, and remembrance. Remember, it said the soul was in the brain. But don't call them the soul, call these the actions of the soul. It say, they are its actions, but not its essence. That thou hast a soul is of all knowledge, the most certain of all truths, the most plain unto thee. Your one life is the summation of reincarnations that you must spend to build your temple of perfected man. Upon the plane of soul, you are a soldier and will meet untold foes who are commanded by the 5 major generals. Still, there is no failure for the human soul. So you will conquer them all, but in a conflict that cannot be told in words. There's only one great God, and all men are the children of this one Father. This does not change merely because carnal man sees himself as many. This falling, thinking, will, right, change as he looks into the true face of man, only to see himself as God. Once you learn to esteem as you should, then you will come to understand through your strife. You will become the what? Pinnacle of wisdom. That's powerful. Love, Noble Drew Ali through Akin Acting Pert M. Heru, Tutankhamun Bay, Swift Angel #1, Grand National Chairman. And you heard them words. This is a man that has been on the front line for over 50 odd years demonstrating this measure. A real mastermind. And his favorite question is, who made you? Who made you, family? Know thyself. In order to know who made you, you got to know yourself, right? This is powerful, family. This is powerful now. What's going on with your Ray Sean? Salute to your family. Salute to everybody that's observing this measure right now. Oh, we finna go in. We just getting started. So this is a powerful measure, family, dealing with these 5 folds over here. I want to make sure that our family see this too. I'm gonna stop sharing and reshare because sometimes I think that I'm sharing and I'm not actually sharing. So let's see here. There we go right there. We're gonna share this demonstration again. Okay, so there we go. The five folds. This is our hot topic for the night. It says, "Dear children of wisdom, the term man means thinker, and the five folds burn deep within the heart and mind of every man. The essence of learning to be a mastermind rests within the powers of wisdom, now activated in the conflict of perfection between the higher and the lower self. This is the only true opposition that man must be resolved in the heart of man," right? In our Moorish schools, the acceptance of this discord is called the great meeting is on. Anytime we get ready to, back in the J, so to speak, one would say it's on, when we were going to war on the physical plane, but this is the great meeting being on. This is where we actually have to face the foe, so to speak. But it says, here our people will be taught the first duty of an adept is to become the master of his or her own mind. So in order to be an adept thinker, an adept is one that is skilled and proficient, in whatever it is that they ought to be skillful in. And in this case, we're talking about being masterminds. So you have to be a skillful mastermind in order to master your mind. So it says the first duty of an adept is to become the master of his or her own mind, one who has accepted the responsibility of conquering all enemies set against perfection of the divine heart and mind. The chapters in this pamphlet are a consolidation of tools used to set your house in order and teach you to be as the one who made you. Welcome to the upper room, your true Moorish science temple of perfection, to receive warnings and commandments and holy instructions from the holy prophet now called the five folds. Did you hear him? The brother say you're a true Moorish science temple of perfection. So guess what that means? When you talk about the AC of the MST of A, the executive rulers of the AC of the MST of A referred to in the questionnaires. In other words, you're talking about the adept chamber, right? We're talking about the executive rulers of the adept chamber, the Moorish Science Temple of America. In this case, we're talking about the temple of perfection. So your true chamber is above your neck. This is what a true temple of perfection lies, in between your temple, right? Above the neck, the upper room. Oh yeah, we're going to get real esoteric with you. It's a mastermind right here. We give honors to that grand man for taking out the time. And he make these lessons right here in a moment notice and set them out, family. Powerful. So we have five folds. One of them, and these are the chapters that are mentioned, 40, 41, 42, 43, and 44 in our Moorish Holy Quran. One is the instability of man. The second fold is inconstancy. The third fold is weakness. The fourth is insufficiency of knowledge. And the last is misery. So we had a breakdown on all of these. We're going to cover just one of the folds. And we'll probably just come back to back, and cover all of them. So we'll have a series for people who want to look at it later. But what is the instability of man? Our grand sheik like to say, that in which I, 1 minute I'm willing, next minute you will it not, and the next minute you know it not whether you will or not. In the Piscean records, they say the spirit is willing, but the flesh is weak. They also say a man that's, unstable in his mind is unstable in all of his ways. These are descriptions of the instability of man. You see? So you got to be rooted in the ability to think. See, some of our people think that they slick. They think they master manipulators or whatever the case may be. But in all actuality, our people ain't got nothing to think with if they don't have a knowledge of self. Everything that you learn on the roam, how to be 3/4 slick, lacking a dollar, none of that can save you when it comes to dealing with knowing who you are. If you don't know self, then you lost. I don't care how good you make it look on the outside from those who can only see the carnal perspective. From a higher perspective, from an adept's perspective, you unstable. You're dealing with the instability of being a mere man. So let me go on though. I ain't gonna hold you. I would want you to know this though. I want to emphasize this. That these particular conditions that we mentioned here, instability of man, inconstancy, weakness, insufficiency of knowledge, and misery, these are tactics that are used on the battlefield by those 5 generals: LSD, D, and B, Lucifer, Satan, Devil, Dragon, and Beast, the illusion that is within you and me. This is what they utilize to keep you off balance. This is what the lower self utilizes to keep you from being on a high plane of vibration. Ain't nobody else outside of you misdirecting you. It's all dealing with the lack of the ability of knowing how to properly think instead of being reactionaries. That's what we're talking about. Because some people probably listen like, I don't know what he talking about. I'm a great thinker. I'm a mastermind. This is what we saying, right? But try being tried by the fire, and certain conditions come on to manifest, and watch the way you react, and you will see how much instability is in you. You will see how much inconstancy or weakness or insufficiency of knowledge and that misery that is within you, if you're honest with yourself, right? You see, this is what it is. So in all actuality, you have slave makers, slave breakers, slave catchers, slave holders, slave masters. You see, and all this really exists within us. That's a whole nother measure. They create the condition of fear, which is false evidence appearing real. F-A-E-R, fear. All of this is an illusion. All of this is Maya, as they call it in the teachings of India, the Sanskrit teachings, oh man. But anyway, it says human are creatures. All creatures think, and every creature possesses a will. A clear examination of the fall of man reveals when the Spirit of God was planted into the soil of soul, it took on the now human form and fell. When the men of Hugh fell, they fell head first from the divine into the slow nature of carnal thinking, where his will became sluggish and his understanding nil and void. The way he thinks instantly became enemies of imperfections, which he had to fight in order to return himself as God. Our more advanced adept scholars of today often surmise these enemies into 5 chapters from the book of the 7 seals and call them the 5 folds. There's some derived from chapter 1 where they read, perfected man must pass through all the ways of life, and so a carnal was full manifest, a nature that sprang forth from fleshy things. Without a foe, a soldier never knows his strength, and thought must be developed by the exercise of strength. And so this carnal nature soon became a foe that man must fight, that he might be the strength of Allah made manifest. Unnumbered foes will stand before man upon the plane of soul. These he must overcome, overcome them every one. Thus hope will be ever his baking light. There is no failure for the human soul, for Allah is leading on and victory is sure. So you see right here, this is in chapter 1. It's giving you a breakdown that out of 4, a soldier never knows his strength. Don't we get better when we receive challenges and opposition? Don't we learn from these types of things? Don't they strengthen us? That's why you always hear me say struggle builds character. You see? Listen to what it says. It says, thought must be developed by the exercise of strength. So what are we saying here? You got to be a thinker. Most people like to go to the gym. They hit the iron, to get swole. They do calisthenics or whatever. They look for growth. But what about exercising within the realm of thought to become strong mentally? You see, this is what we lack as a people. Weak thoughts cause us to make irrational decisions, to cause us to move off impulse, cause us to move according to emotional responses rather than rationality. You see, this is why we can shoot and kill each other at the drop of a dime, because we have become conquered in our thinking. We are weak when it comes to the thought pattern of knowing who we are, knowing that there's more God in us than we are mere men. You see? So this carnal nature became a foe that we strive against. In the world of Islam, the teachings of Islam, it tell you that the greatest jihad is one overcoming themselves. The inner jihad. You see? This is how one becomes the strength of Allah made manifest. That's a powerful demonstration. And we will have these foes, these unnumbered foes throughout our whole life, family. It's always going to be a challenge. At every level, there's a greater devil. You can believe that. And that go for anybody. Look at the people in the masterminds. Like a lot of people like to look at the story of our brother Yehoshua. Some people call him Jesus or Isa. You may not believe in these people, but look at the context of the example of what the story is saying. Even he was tested. They say he went, up on the mountain and he was tested by the devil. All this right here really metaphysically has to do with one being tested by the urges that exist within them. This is why we say man is truth and falsehood strangely mixed. By nature of coming into the flesh, we learn fleshly ways. So our goal is trying to train our consciousness to return to the state of purity we existed in before we fell, before the fall of man. See, before the fall of man, we didn't have to try to demonstrate love, truth, peace, freedom, and justice, because we were love, truth, peace, freedom, and justice. We didn't have to learn how to love instead of hate, because we were love made manifest. We didn't have to learn the truth or read a book, because we was already the truth. We didn't have to learn peace, freedom, and justice, because we were already these things. We only had to come into learning or relearning these things after we fell from our original state of thinking, being what we know, as opposed to what we were told, right? So I want you to keep that in mind, family, when we go on. Yes, sir. That's right, brother. Weak thoughts cause us to make bad decisions. That's right, brother Jay. We have to challenge our current collective belief system. That's real talk. Many of our people don't want to do that. They don't want to challenge what it is they believe. See, we talking about what man is knowing is the truth. Even the 3-step ladder is belief, faith, and fruition. So one has to come into knowing the truth as opposed to being what somebody else told them they are. European told you were Negro, black, and colored. You were their property. You was a nigger. You were slaves. Do you believe that? So that's the question our people have to ask themselves. So this is Adept Lesson 250. And the chairman is showing you here where this 666 come from, this mark of the beast. You see what I'm saying? Holy instructions from the prophet. This is very powerful, family. So the instability of man. And our chairman always go into the dictionary and break down certain words. What is instability? To be unpredictable, to be wavering, insecurity, changeable, unrest, unsteadiness, shaky, uncertain. These describe characteristics that we as a people have held on to for some time. Tell me I'm lying. Are we not unpredictable in our actions when it comes to each other? We don't have a lot of order. It's always chaotic when it comes to us as a people. We can't find a sense of balance. You see? Ain't no telling what we gonna do. That's what unpredictable means. Wavering. Just can't get it right. Insecurity. Always looking at each other as the enemy. You see? We can have intent to do good and bad come up out of that measure because of our insecurity as a people. Being changeable. The truth is the only thing that changes not. Unrest. Don't nobody want to live their life in the realms of unrest. Being worried and bothered by everything, unsteadiness, shaky, uncertain. Look at that. These are definitions, right? The instability of man. This is the first foe that we have to face. The first foe that we must conquer. So the chairman went on to say, he said, the word man means thinker. Yet because man, spirit man is God, he is and will be where there's never a need for time nor thinking. Still remember on this plane of things mundane in essence, man is a thought of the great God, right? Breath made flesh, and God planted in the soil of soul. See, that's what we don't know about ourselves. This ain't no spookism where we up here getting up trying to tell, hallelujah, praise God. No, that ain't what we telling you, that you are one in union with the creator, the great God. This is the one that gives you the opportunity to conquer the foe. It's that silent voice that you hear within you that tell you, don't do that, family. Don't move that way. Move this way right here. If you do this, then this is the outcome. That's the voice of God within you, removing all doubt and spookism. So the brother went on to say here in the preamble, the first foe. The last prophet taught his nationals the only form of slavery that we have now is mental slavery. If I could just get you to thinking, you would save yourselves. And for a Moorish American to truly be themselves, they must first purify their hearts and minds with love. Uh-oh. So now we're getting somewhere. We ain't just telling you giving you a bunch of regurgitated information. We're telling you what is needed in order to purify your heart and mind. What you need some love. We ain't talking about the love that you fall in, because if you falling in the love, that means you going in the low. We talking about that love that you rise in. You got to rise in love, family. It says the five foes are the new mental slave masters and are found within. The first of these psychic foes is instability. Like the other four associates of growth distractions, instability too is a personalized individual opponent within the human character of man. I remember Lil Wayne had that song, Show Me My Opponent. The opponent is the man in the mirror that our brother Michael Jackson used to talk about. Huh? That's the one you supposed to be asking him to change his ways, right? But you have the power to make him change his ways because it's you. But it says the heart and soul of each God man is now the battleground where this unsteadiness resides deep within his or her carnal nature and must be confronted. Just like you used to go out there on the block and call them ones out and confront the ones, that you felt like was your enemy or your adversary. You got to confront that lower self. You got to confront that ego. You see? You got to confront that lower self. You got to confront that mighty Goliath of an ego. Can't tell me nothing. I know everything. My cup is full. See, you got to confront that thought pattern within the self before you can conquer self, right? So it says every soul has been fortified as a noble soldier and has been divinely prepared with the tools to fight this internal enemy. This means that within the apparatus of one's mind, we are already equipped. We equipped with all the weapons that we need. Our brother Andre 3000 was speaking in the song. He said, now I got a stronger weapon that never runs out of ammunition, so I'm ready for war. Throw your hands in the air and wave them like you just don't care, right? And the hand is symbolic to the mind. That's what the brother said, right? Lower thinking is our greatest enemy and is in direct opposition to the stability of higher reasoning, understanding, and willing. Lower thinking is our greatest enemy and is in direct opposition to the stability of higher reasoning, understanding, and willing. What is lower thinking? What is lower thinking, family? Well, it had to do with anything that deal with hatred, slander, lewdness, murder, death, theft, and everything that harms. Lower thinking to have you on that plane. You know, I'm going to get rich or die trying. I'm going to kill somebody in order to get what I need. I'm going to step on you, to secure me. That's that lower thought pattern. That's that low vibration. You feel me? So it says, when wavering can no longer be effective to one's salvation, to infinite wisdom, instability then has no purpose to serve. The surreptitiousness of instability works as a mole in every unconquered self. Insecurities are nurtured by passions, want, and desires. You ever heard somebody say, man, I hate that individual with a passion? That means that you in your passions about something you may be insecure. It's something that somebody rub you the wrong way. Sometimes our people feel like by you just trying to teach them. You get them in their passion. Oh, he think he know everything. And all this type of that ain't nothing but a blockage right there. That's a shield. When somebody don't want to be taught, you think you know everything. You don't know everything. No, I didn't say that, but I know myself though. I'm just speaking from my experience. No, you think I know everything because you feel inferior to what it is that I'm trying to bring forth. That ain't the standpoint I'm coming from. I'm demonstrating love. But knowledge is just like money. If one has it in abundance, jealousy and envy and all that kick in, even when it comes to dealing just with information. That's the nature in which we have been placed under that Willie Lynch syndrome. Facts. So yeah, beloved brother, you're right, Jay. We are very insecure as a people, unfortunately, despite our obvious innate natural gifts that no other people possess. We use our power negatively. That's real talk. We so busy looking at what other individuals have and what we feel we don't have. That's why we come into conflict, like this in most cases. It said, it is not in the nature of an enemy to also be a friend. Therefore, one should not seek to justify, condone, or accept any weakness as strength. You can't get strength from weak sources. To be victorious in any conquest is the only good thing, or good to be found in rivalries. It say these lessons are designed to free slaves from the plantations of fallen humanity into heaven where only gods reside. From niggas to gods, right? Hence, the victories over the self gives a soldier added strength. So every time we conquer that foe, or conquer a foe in our thought pattern, in our mind, we become stronger. Again, struggle builds character. Warning to all students. Man cannot gain strength from weak sources. Pulling weeds from the gardens of others will not help the flowers in your garden grow, nor will abusing the knowledge you possess of another person's weakness aid you in defeating your own. See, a lot of time that's what our people like to do. They like to deflect from themselves by pointing out weaknesses that other people have. There are certain people, in this world that would like to tear your character down if you are upstanding, if you're a disciplined individual. Because just by you being in their presence, you don't even have to talk. You ain't got to say nothing. They feel threatened. They feel inferior. You see? But no matter how they try to pull you down into the low to justify, see, you just like me. You still got some work to do. Because that's what it is. When somebody comfortable in the lower self, they want to pull you there with them. That's really the fifth foe misery. They want you down there with them. So when you go in that special state, they can feel comfortable being where they are. Because they don't feel comfortable being there with you being in your higher self. You see? They got to project some of that negativity on you. Pull you down there. That way y'all on an equal plane, so to speak. If they can bring you out of that God state of mind, that God consciousness that you are, and it's all right. You know, he human just like me. I know he has some of that humanism in it. You know what I mean? See, I told you I made him mad. See, I got under his skin. That's the devilishment that has been taught to us by this European under the auspices of slavery, post-traumatic slave syndrome, family. This is why the ancient ones often warn man's God today, tomorrow is not God, and to be conscious of the God you serve, because said God may not be your own. The people of Moorish descent born in the Americas during the time of slavery have been forced to serve many gods of Europe which were not their own. They must heed all divine warning from the great God through their prophet. The most subtle of warnings can also carry magnanimous consequences. All Moorish students can, what they think and come to know the warning why the acacia tree, although indigenously rooted to the continent of Africa, also strangely shades every coffin upon the shallow grave that holds the body of the West African god man, Hiram Abiff. You see, that acacia tree that you see above the coffin in Western Freemason is what he's talking about, with the 5-pointed open green star in it. You see, that's us in there. The acacia tree above the coffin is just serving to show who is in there, one that is indigenous to the motherland. So he goes further into this measure. The first fold, instability of man. Inconstancy is powerful in the heart of man. Intemperance swayeth it whither it will. Despair engrosses much of it, and fear proclaimeth, behold, I sit unrivaled therein. But vanity is beyond them all. Listen to the exegesis interpretation the chairman gives him. He said, man was made forth from the very heart of the great God and cannot die. The heart of man, then it says, formed from the actions and essence of his inscrutable soul. Inconstancy is faithlessness. Formed from the actions, again, of his inscrutable soul. That's powerful. Inconstancy is faithlessness, fickleness, and infidelities, which became very powerful in the heart of man. Intemperance is the excessiveness, greed, overindulgence, and indulgence, gluttony, that begin to sway, control, persuade, and command the will of man. Because that's what happens. We want things in excessiveness. We get greedy. We like to overindulge in things. We like to be gluttonous, right? And this is what controls us. This is what begins to take control of the will of man. So when this takes place now, one has torn their will from a deific tie, being one with God, away from being one with God. You done cut the cord. That's why Noble Drew Ali said that I have mended the broken wires and connected them to the higher powers. This had to do with our thinking. So anytime you cut off the source, cut the cord of your divinity, hell will soon follow you. Everybody know this right here. When that hedge is removed, chaos ensues. So anyway, it goes on. Then despair, hopelessness, dejection, gloom, misery, and depression begin to engross much of his heart. See? That's exactly what happened. Soon as you detach yourself from the source of your divinity, all hell break loose. So it says, like earth's gravity commands all manifest to be bound to her breast, it is in the nature of inconstancy to distract the life of man away from his ordained perfection. Man began to terrorize himself on the sluggish plane of fallen humanity, where fear, dread, horror, fright, and apprehension became his gods, who placed themselves upon a negative throne of self-defeat, where trepidation sits unrivaled, uncontested, and unchallenged with no competition. So all that concept of, I'm the biggest, I'm the baddest, I'm a killer, I'm a head buster, all that type of foolishness, right? This is in the sluggish plane. This is how we begin to think. This is why, again, that we live in a world that we have created as a living hell. It says fear had found a comfort zone centered in the ignorance of humanity. Still, instability would not be complete without man's ego, joys, and ignorant acceptance. So you got to accept this foolery, this coonery, buffoonery. You got to accept this folly in order for it to become a reality now. It says, soon Queen Vanity became a great helpmate to King Inconstancy. So it's giving you the masculine and the feminine principle here too, right? It says, and from her throne comes the self-imposed devilish litter of vanity, maya, obscure perception, egotism, blurred lines of self-conceit, arrogance, emptiness, unreality, futility, pompous, and narcissus, to be added to the instability. It say this kingdom of the devil is within every man's personal lower self, where inconstancy is always flamed with these attributes of man instability. Man, I'm gonna tell you, man, my chairman is most definitely cold-blooded when it comes to understanding the self. Do you see how with clarity he explains the conditions that our people have been found in? I mean, this man is exercising demons with these adept lessons. Goodness gracious, it don't get no plainer than that. It don't get no plainer than that, family. So, right, anyway, it goes on. It says, the study of self and acceptance of his present concerns are the first signs of a more student will grow inwardly and being a mastermind. Adepts do not complain, right? Suppurate and snivel at the calamities, disaster, mishaps, tragedy, and catastrophes of the human state. Masterminds recognize the human state in an appointment of the fall, and he or she has the power to make said appointment either a heaven or hell. The fall of man is concerned with the finite duration we call time. And rather, right? It says called time, and rather laugh at his foolishness, madness, and follies. But those whose minds are addicted, captivated, obsessed, passionate, and caught up the dress of Queen Vanity, to them life then is a delusion, trance, unreal, unreachable, unattainable, visionless, and but a shadow of a dream. So you see, the way to heaven is up, the way to hell is down. It ain't got nothing to do with something spooky out there in space somewhere. Heaven is a state of mind. Heaven is above the neck. Even your buddy Jesus, as you like to call him, said that in your Bible. You see, heaven is but a state of mind, a state of consciousness, that place that is heaved up above your neck. Hell is also a state of mind. When one goes into the lower self, when you plummet, all the way down into naught, this is hell. This is a living hell. So we making it plain. It went on to say here, he said, and I quote Moorish Holy Quran, the hero, the most renowned of human character, what is he but the bobo of this weakness? The public is unstable and ungrateful. Why should the man of wisdom endanger himself with fools? Now we got to get into this because this instability get deep here, because it's finna address some issues. He say heroes are created from the general opinions of men. Conquerors, everybody in competition. They want to be the greatest this, the biggest that. They want the heroic, right? So it says the hero, often exalted with recognition as a superstar, champion, leader, superman, celebrity, idolized public figure, famous, popular, and forms of notoriety. Yet the fame of these celebrities, which often makes them the most renowned of human character, are but the bubble of this weakness. Unbeknown to the heroes or heroines, it say they too have just been they too have just been victimized and addicted to vanity, deeper into the fall from salvation. The public is unstable, ungrateful, various, unappreciative, and unthankful. In the morn, the public reverence and raises a hero, but by night of the same day, he could be disparaged lower than well feces. A wise man is a perfected man. A Muslim is not concerned with heroism, satisfying the public, or jeopardizing his or her life for general opinions of fallen humanity, and will not endanger himself for fools. See, this is what we got to realize right here. See, most of us get took off the count behind our pride, behind the ego. You know, we got a problem with the way that we feel that the public is going to view, you know, whatever the situation or the outcome, you know, is with a particular situation. And so this causes us to act irrationally because we thinking how they going, and people don't really be paying no attention. In fact, in most cases, when you act in a certain way, the same ones that praise you end up being the ones saying, man, that's a fool right there. That's why it said the public is unstable and ungrateful. You see, so no man of wisdom will endanger himself for fools. That's why you always hear me telling people freedom is not a game. I'm not here to just go back and forth with my people, you know, just for the sake of doing it. You know, I'm really about uplifting fallen humanity. This is what we got to be about, family. But we can't do it suffering from instability, you know, based upon these principles that we pulling up right here. Principles of the lower self. Moorish Holy Quran, Ayat 4. He said, the man who neglected his present concerns to revolve how he will behave when greater, feedeth himself with wind, while his bread is being eaten by another. So the chairman, he went into it with his commentary. He said, well, man's present concerns will forever be the study of the self in order to spend this life in the perfecting the consciousness of the self as God. When man neglects his present concerns, knowledge of self, and he who created him, to revolve how he will behave when greater, is a fool. This is divine warning, and is found within the ancient voices when they warn, what gaineth a man if he conquers the world yet lose his own soul? There can be no greater knowledge than those revealed in the lessons learned when acquiring celestial knowledge of self. To fully know thyself is to be the God self that you have now come to know. The man who neglects this most dutiful of all supreme lessons surely feeds himself with wind, while his bread is being eaten by another. Oh man, that's powerful. So when we come into a thing and we know a thing, if we know self, we got so much knowledge, we got to be what we know. You see? And other than that, somebody end up mastering our mind. So to be a mastermind, you got to master your own mind. You can't let somebody else master your mind. Shalom, 7,000, brother JJ. Honors to you, brother. Coming in the building. Yeah, we got another measure on the manifest. We're going to open up the panel in a little bit. So if you here, brother, you're more than welcome to come forth and comment on what we drawing on right now, dealing with these 5 foes, man, that constantly cause us to be the enemy, you know, of self and outside of self, our people. So it goes on. In Ayat 5, it states, act as it becometh thee in thy present station, and in more exalted ones, thy face shall not be exchanged. You see? It says the higher self of man is the most exalted of all stations and an expression of the divine wonder, the great God in man, and cannot die or pass away. When God-man looks into the faces of men, he sees the same great God who made him. A soldier is never ashamed of the training and mistakes suffered to achieve the rankings he has earned. Like so, an accomplished God-man, mastermind, nor adept should never be ashamed by the lowest foes he had to encounter, yet endured during his strife towards perfection. Indeed, without a foe, a soldier never knows his strength. So when we go into dealing with understanding who we are in the higher self and know that part of us don't pass away, that's the spirit. You see what I'm saying? We receive our accolades, our rankings. You know, when it comes to being adepts and masterminds, gurus, master teacher, whatever they want to honor you with, we receive these as special measures and we earn them by what we go through. Those who reach the lowest of the depths are the ones who strive to go into the highest of the heights. But yet those who go into the highest of the heights are those who had been into the lowest of the low. You see? So you got to go through something to get to something. That's what we're talking about. So it says what well, this is ayat 6, by the way. What blindeth the eye, or what hideth the heart of man from himself like vanity? Lo, when thou seest not thyself, then others discover thee most plainly. Vanity is the delusion, images, reflections of the true self. It makes the unreal appear as real, and the real appear as unreal. Ancient scholars, you ever seen that when you're trying to tell somebody and they say you made that up? I know our brother JJ know that right there. We done ran in a lot of vain atheistic individuals. They swear we make this stuff up when it don't agree with them. So vanity is the delusion of images and reflections of the true self. It makes the unreal appear as real, and the real appears unreal. Ancient scholars often call these mind games Maya. The main rule of Queen Vanity is to sit upon her throne of ego to deceive, trick, mislead, misinform, cheat, defraud, hoodwink every weak mind into Maya of serving multiple gods outside of the self. Nothing can blind the eye or hide the heart of man from himself like vanity. It is his own ego that makes him vulnerable to the allurements of vanity. Maya is active when vanity makes the lower self appears to be the higher self. You know, in other words, it makes these things seem fair-searing, as the Grand Quran of Muhammad would say, or alluring to thee. Vanity will make you think you're doing right, you know, when you actually doing a grievous wrong. But anyway, it says, when man can no longer see himself, he will cease to seek the perfected self and become content with his fake heights gained by the devil's self. I'm going to read that again. When man can no longer see himself, he will cease to seek perfected self and become content with the fake heights gained by the devil's self. On the streets, this is called getting high. Those who have fallen in Maya or the Maya of illusions needs to first learn who made you in order to purify themselves of vanity. All problems suffered by anyone with no knowledge of the self, their problems are now compounded due to vanity. This is what makes the so-called NBC, Negro, Black, and Color, enjoy being nationless, powerless, worthless, and unrecognizable before the nations of the earth. Those who are suffering due to mental slavery are unable to see themselves for admiring themselves. When man do not see himself, it is because he has been blinded by the illusions of vanity and the mirrors, right, of Maya, the lower self. It satisfied looking through the carnal sentinels and is pleased with the counterfeit self he sees. This is our people who continue to think that just being black and proud is enough. This is our people that thinking hollering Black Lives Matter is enough. This is for our people who think that they call themselves an organization, call themselves a particular nation. That's enough to free us as a people. This is one that has been blinded by vanity, family. And they can't see it. Their passion has outweighed their judgment. So you can have freedom right there in front of them, and they'll think they already free, and they'll think you crazy for trying to tell them that, no, bro, you ain't free as you think you are. So anyway, it goes on and says, but where he cannot see himself, then others discover this disguise to reveal the fool hidden therein. That's what happens a lot of time when a lot of people try to challenge, the information a lot of time that I bring forth. A lot of our family think that they be fancy and safe in the information they're in. And so when somebody come forth and say, my brother, man, your thoughts are wrong, vanity kick in, the ego kick in, the lower self. You see, rather than admit that one is wrong, then they want to go to war, information war. You know what I mean? I don't like the Moors now because this Moor told me I was wrong. And it don't just got to deal with the Moors. It can deal with any particular thought pattern. What somebody trying to tell you right, and you refuse to accept it. You just want to be wrong for the sake of somebody told you this. They can possibly, be giving you misinformation. So you think that one is attacking you when they trying to teach you and uplift you. They trying to, embrace you, right? But then it says, be aware, Moorish kin, advice, directions, or information from any of the five foes and their friends are always the most unholy of all instructions. All sinful thoughts will hurt and delay your perfection. That's powerful. So he goes on, and this is ayat 7 from the Moorish Holy Quran. It says, as the tulip that is gaudy without a smell, right? Conspicuous without use, so is the man who sitteth himself up so high and hath not merit. As the NBC is legally visible and gaudy, meaning showy, eye-catching, right? Worldwide, yet powerless, without their one free national name, Moorish American, a people who are conspicuous, attention-grabbing, striking, noticeable in the TV medias, but without sovereignty, national flag, or protection, so is the pretended wise who gain the world, yet loses his own soul. This is a powerful measure here, family. It look good, you're flashy, but in all actuality, you still a slave. That's a sad situation. It's a poor animal that can't heal itself. Just like it's a poor, person among our people being enslaved that can't free themselves. Goodness gracious. We making it plain, right? So it says again in the 8th ayat, the heart of the vain is troubled while it seemeth content. His cares are greater than his pleasures. The heart of the vain is troubled, unhappy, discontented, dissatisfied, because vanity has no power to satisfy nor to please. All vanity does is breeds more vanity. So it says, for anyone to be happy, they first must be content. Vanity caused the heart to beat out of sync, inharmonic, and irregular, while it has a false image of gay to offer to the public. He said in ayat 9, his solicitude, cannot rest with his bones. The grave is not deep enough to hide it. He extended his thoughts beyond his being. He bespeaketh praise to be paid when he is gone, but whosoever promiseth deceiveth him. His solicitude, meaning his words and his concerns, his cares, cannot rest with his bones. The grave is not deep enough to hide it. He extended his thoughts beyond his being. He bespeaketh praise to be paid when he is gone, desires to be made a martyr. But whosoever promiseth deceiveth him. You see, that's crazy, because some of our people do get in the state, to where they want to just be martyrs in order to be remembered as a martyr. This is a sickness or illness, and I mean, at what expense? Go figure. So it says in Ayat 10, as the man who engages his wife to remain in widowhood, that she disturb not his soul, it says, so is he who expected that his praise shall reach his ears beneath the earth, or cherish his heart in its shroud. Shrouds are a covering, veils, or blankets used by vanity to hide its impurities and imperfections. He has neglected present concern to evolve when greater. You see, these are impurities. It goes on. It says, do well whilst thou liveth, but regard not what is said of it. Content thyself with deserving praise, and thy posterity shall rejoice in hearing it. Do not allow the public to make a hero of you, and if they do, don't get conceited. Neither let their instability swell your head with vanity, nor a false heart to rule you. If you have done anything to be ranked among the honorable, then only be content with what you duly deserve. This way your posterity, who you are, your descendants, future generations, and heirs shall rejoice in of your goodness. That's a powerful measure, because sometimes our people get caught up in the false image of thinking of being praised, and they lose sight of reality. They get caught up in the show and lose sight of reality, basically. You see? Okay, here's the ayat. As the butterfly who seeth not his own colors, as the jasmine which feeleth not the scent it casts around it, so is the man who appeareth gay and biddeth others to take note of it. And that in of itself is self-explanatory. That's why he didn't go into the commentary there. So basically, in all actuality, it's saying, a butterfly don't see his own colors. The jasmine, which is a very nice smell, don't even really recognize its scent. So is the man who appeared happy and bidded others to take note of it. You see, it's the same way. Don't nobody see, this is special demonstration of a happiness or feel your happiness, even though you want somebody else to take note of it based upon what you did or what you accomplished along the way. I learned a long time ago when I did a lot of work, for different contractors. In my first stages, I'd be like, I did a good job, and I'm like, man, I know this one see how well of a job that I've done, so this right here might get a bonus or something. Whoever know that, that's how they had you thinking in the West, right? But I learned from a very early stage, family, that them people don't care nothing about what you do. You see what I'm saying? You can go up above and beyond all you want to. Don't nobody care about that, what you thinking about, but you yourself. It's all Maya. It's all illusion. So when you get caught up in this state right here, next thing you know, you feeling some type of way because you feel like one don't acknowledge the work that you done. No, when you get into a state of realizing that I do this work, for the great God. I'm about my Father's business. I'm doing this work for my family. I ain't doing this work to appeal, basically to man. All of this is being done from a higher state, from a nobler purpose, so to speak. So anyway, it says, to what purpose, saith he, is my vesture of gold? To what end are my tables filled with dainties? If no eye gaze upon them, if the world knows it not, give thy raiment to the naked, and thy food unto the hungry. So shalt thou be praised and feel that thou deservest. So your true praiseworthy measures come into play when you deal with being a philanthropist, when you deal with charity. They like to call it zakat in the Islamic world, a sadaqah. And really, if you know the root of the word sadaqah, a zakat, it really means purification. So you purify yourself by your life works, your ways and your acts and your deed. You keep what you give away. So if you really want to receive high accolades, then just be charitable. Not for the sake of letting somebody see you demonstrate charity, but be charitable from a sincere standpoint, from a level of integrity. And then you will receive, all that in which you look for. The heaven will smile down upon you, so to speak, right? He goes on, he says, why stop and store manifest values from the earth, knowing you cannot take these things with you to the grave or beyond? Rather use these gifts to fulfill your life sum while you truly yet live. And that makes plenty of sense. With all that you have when it comes to dealing with certain things, aid and assist people. And this is what will bring meaning behind everything it is that you have gained. It don't make no difference if you got 50,000 cars, $50,000, $100 million. If you go and you die and that's still, left behind. But if you begin to invest, in those who are in need and aid and assist, then you can live beyond the grave, so to speak. You don't even have to be a martyr. You see what I'm saying? See, our people got to get their priorities right. Peace to your family. Demlock 21, welcome family. Greg Phillips L, salute family. Adrian Johnson, peace and love family. All you family, man, we give honors to you. These some high lessons, man. I'm telling you, my Grand National Chairman, cold-blooded. This is an adept that was made an adept now directly through the lineage. Straight from the lineage of the adepts, the Prince of Peace, R. German Bay, Christina Price Bay, Sister Pearl Drew Ali, I Cook Bay, G Cook Bay. This man growed into truly being that one that reached that white F.O.E.S degree. So anyway, it says, Ayat 14, why bestoweth thou in every man the flattery of unmeaning words? Thou knowest when return thee, thou regardest it not. He knoweth he lieth unto thee, yet he knoweth thou would thank him for it. Speak in sincerity, and thou would hear with instruction. In other words, it says, our brother, he said, words not founded in truth, not from the heart, no substance of love, overstanding, overstood, bad means good, MBC, high means low. In other words, these different words of flattery that our people use, yeah, I overstand you, that's overstood. Man, she showed bad. That's a bad car over there. This is the measure of, like the chairman said, the NBC language, Negro, Black, and colored people language, when something high becomes low and vice versa. So anyway, it says, the vain delighted to speak of himself, but he seeth not that others like not to hear him. You see? Me. You see? A cultic like drawing. Ain't nothing wrong with saying I am that I am. I'm one with the great God Allah. But not getting so caught up into the ego, to where you begin to cast everybody else out in a condescending way. You see? Nah, we don't demonstrate like that. So the brother said the ego encourages the heart of the vain to boast, brag, and crow about the failures of the unknown self. He think he conquered some, he gained some, but these are failures. Ayat 16, if he had done anything worth of praise, right? If he possessed that which is worthy of admiration, his joy is to proclaim it, his pride to hear it reported. The desire of such a man defeateth itself. Men say not, behold, he hath done it, or see he possesseth it, but mark how proud he is of it. And this is basically going into someone, again, seeking those accolades of admiration and somebody proclaiming, man, you see how he did that? You see this and that there? You know, when you're in the higher self, you don't care nothing about that. That's why now, like I was telling you before, when I was dealing with, working, and thinking that one's supposed to pay attention to the good job that being done, man, I done did so many good jobs now, and they can be superb. And I put them out there and I show our people, like I showed our people some of the work that I put in places. We ain't looking for no praise. We just showing you, we mastering the craft or whatever. You see what I'm saying? Hopefully we may inspire some of our Moorish kin to do the same. So we trying to inspire you. We ain't bragging and boasting, about the attainments of things that are no worth. You see? So anyway, it says 17, the heart of man cannot attend at once to too many things. He who fixes his soul on show loseth reality. He pursueth bubbles which break in their flight, while he treads to earth what would him honor. And that's something else. It says, unlike the mind that can retain the bad, explore the good, and travel the unknown at will, the heart of man unfolds purely from the enjoyment of goodness, peace, and happiness. All things outside of the self is for external show and the ego. Truth be practiced, the reality of what life is truly spent to build is the temple of perfected man. Man, the chairman, I want to give honors to him for that grand drawing on instability. And he goes on to state here in closing, the further one strays away from their roots and divine source of origin, which supplies their descendant strengths, the more unstable they become. Instability is active when the reflections and shadows of mere human knowledge are accepted as the truth. Infinite wisdom are yields of the divine self. Yet instability is not the truth. When man stands in the light, he will no longer accept reactive shadows of himself as the truth. The human self, distorted by a carnal nature from our body of desires, is merely a reflection of the God self. When the weakness of these desires are exposed, man will conjure up the excuses of I am only human. This chapter reveals our mental foes now existing within each soul is Maya. Be warned, Maya is man's acceptance of the unreal is real, and the real is unreal. False evidence appearing real. Fear. So he ended by saying, thank you for studying chapter 40 with the adept commentaries. For your true growth and perfection, please continue your consideration, because this chapter is but the first of the 5 folds. The study and apply chapters 41 through 44 will now follow. So, this is just dealing with, the first fold, instability. This is something that we must all address. We don't need no Dianetics. We don't need no auditing going on. All we got to do is know the self and know the 5-fold. And that's what make us swift angels. Yet the race is not to the swift, but to those who, like the tribe of endurance, who we refer to as our chairman and his wives, his whole family, we call them the tribe of endurance. All of us have received swift angel degrees, but the race is not to the swift, but those who endure, just like the tribe of endurance, to the end. See, a lot of people get right up to the 99, and they go right back to sleep. They go back into that shallow grave of assumable jurisdiction. And this is because of the matriculation of the mind and Maya in illusion, the illusion of inclusion. Thinking somebody else see you and somebody else care about what you're doing and how you're living. And so our people get caught up in this. But, we just want to cover this as special 4 at the moment. And we're going to go into the next 4 in our next broadcast till we cover all 5 folds. But what I want to do at this time right here, family, I want to open up my flow, and platform. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to share this link. I'm going to drop this link in here. And if the family want to come on and say something, you can come on and give your drawing. you're welcome to come on the platform. And our subject matter is dealing with the five folds of man, his open adversaries, Lucifer, Satan, devil, dragon, and beast. This ain't nothing spooky outside of the man. This is something that's in the man. Because, see, we deal with what we call a upright star, and we deal with what we call an inverted star. When the star is upright, it's love, truth, peace, freedom, and justice. So if you fall, in consciousness, then the fall represents everything else that's in opposition to love, truth, peace, freedom, and justice. So while we waiting on some of our family who may want to come in here, I don't know if somebody want to come up here and we draw. What I'm gonna do, I'm gonna peer into another measure that I had to bring forth as well, to give our family some drawings, right? This is what we say in relation to dealing with our star when it's upright. And the question was asked here. It says, what is the Moorish national? And I add that questionnaire. And the answer is the morning star, the star of Solomon, the African god man, right? Then it says, what does the morning star symbolize? It symbolizes the great idea in man as above, so below, and the spirit of a nation, both in moral rectitude and the physical achievement. Then it says, when did this banner come into orbit? Answer, the banner sprung into orbit after the circumnavigation of Africa by the Moors over 100,000 years ago. Then it states, what type of star is the morning star? The morning star is a five-pointed open star. What does the singleness of the star represent? It represents the oneness of humanity, which precludes the grand idea of monotheism. What are the points of the star called? Pentagrams. What are the pentagrams? They are an expression of the science that breathes into the highest thought of the ancient Moor's mind. What do these pentagrams describe? They describe man's every phase of life in a single expression. For this cause, the infinite line of circle also transcribes the never-ending openness of our pentagram. So when you put that pen down to draw, what is called a five-pointed open green star pentagram, this is a straight line, even though you're moving at angles. You see, because you put it down there and you don't finish it and complete that measure until you stop at the final point. So that's why we say that the star is really one line. So it says, when did the Moorish flag change from pure white to red? And the answer was when it reached the rate of atmosphere. And that's why if we go right here, in the bottom here of this screen, it said, understanding the fall of man and what occurred when he reached the rate of the atmosphere in his thinking. You see? When he reached the rate of the atmosphere in his thinking. So this is a powerful drawing, family. And when you get into this knowledge, and I appreciate you too, Judah, for sharing this in special measure. Sometime our people pop on here, early, sometime they come on here later. But nevertheless, they get the drawing. So we set these measures out here and make it rain, because that's what angels do. We ain't concerned with how many get wet, but we know they're going to get wet, brother. And we give honors to you for making sure they get wet with this special truth, so to speak. Raindrops falling from the heavens. You see, a heavenly state of mind. So yeah, again, let's go here. Since nobody has come in at this particular time, like I say, the floor is still open for those who would like to come in and comment. You can come in here. I ain't gonna try to beat you up or none of that right there. You can come in here and express yourself. We can dialogue. You are most welcome. I'm gonna drop this link again. So if you want to come in here, they go the link right there. You want to discuss anything that you heard that's relative when we talk about these five folds that exist within man. See, they've been teaching you that this devil was some spooky being that exists outside. And no, this represents the lower self. This represents irregular thinking. You see? So let me go back over here. And I want to go, and this is coming from the Book of Fire, the Exhuming of a Nation. If you don't have this book, family, you got to get it. The chairman wrote this. So that was one of his adept lessons that, dealing with the five folds of man. But I want to go further into the definition, of the origin of the Moorish pentagram. So nobody don't get it twisted, because European would tell you that the pentagram represented the devil. In all actuality, the inverted pentagram is the one that represents the devil, not the upright. So in it says, the origin of the Moorish pentagram. Noble Drew Ali said these Moors were driven out of the land of Canaan by Joshua and received permission from the pharaohs of Egypt to settle in that portion of Egypt. Moorish Holy Quran, page 3. When the ancient Moabites originally inhabited the land called Morocco, they were guided by the brightest morning star called Venus. Venus rotates from east to west. Venus is the most brilliant of planets in the solar system because it is closer to the sun, yet nearly the same size as Earth. Venus is seen in the eastern star or skies immediately before, sometimes during sunrise. It is not a fixed star due to its orbital rotation around the sun. Still, the Moors traveling from east to west kept this eastern star at their backs until they reached the western extremities. It was not uncommon for Moors to travel by the stars. They were the world's first astronomers and navigators. Moor means navigator. Nevertheless, this is how the symbol of the pentagram received its beginning by the ancient Moors. It was not just a diagram, but also indeed a national tool of science for the torchbearers of civilization. Sheikh Sharif Abdul Ali, Noble Drew Ali, said of our flag, "What kind of flag is the Moorish? It is a red flag with a 5-pointed green star in the center. When the ancient Moabites first established their banner, it was a replica of their journey of peace and plight of civilization with new life. Therefore, the original flag was white as the purity of God, with an open green pentagram in the center. The center represented man as the most favored of God's creation, the all-seeing eye of Allah. The white background represented purity. Purity means God, and God means the ruler of the land. You ain't talking about no European neither. Go and study the teachings of the Orisha, and you will see it refers to the creator as the one that is of purity, white. Ain't got nothing to do with a European race or white man. This is talking about a thought pattern, a clean and pure thought pattern. Nothing to do with race. So question 93. It says the green of the star represents new life, life everlasting, right? The openness of the star represents the spirit of freedom, infinite powers to create and govern, L's and bays. The singleness of the star represents its independence, oneness of humanity, which precludes to the idea of the one great God. The uprightness of the star represents its fearless balance and perpendicular stand in deific life, God, man. The points of the star called pentagrams. They always represent love, truth, peace, freedom, and justice as long as the star is in its perfect upright position. Pentagrams are the expressions of the science that breathes from the higher self of every Moor's mind. These points encompass 72 degrees times 5 of the highest principles known to man, and this star describes man's every phase of life in a single expression. The singleness of the star represents its freedom, independence, and obedience, harmony to the great God. The North Star of the Moorish American flag is also a sign of their constancy, and polarity to the human family. The fixed stability of the seraphim. Still, all of these great things of divinity evolve 360 degrees around the executive principle of love. The first point is always love. So, this is a mastermind. Again, the chairman, most definitely put in works with this demonstration here. He said the Moors first used this banner after they circumnavigated the continent of Africa, when it included Havilah, Arabia, over 10,000 years, 8,000 BC. But with the aforementioned invasions, the whiteness of the original banner was turned red in defense of its principles. When we reached the rate of the atmosphere in our thinking, survival of the F.O.E.S kicked in, blood was shed. Same reason they said the F.O.E.S turned from white to red. Go figure. Moorish blood began to pour like rain from the Islamic infiltration of Arab conquest that began in the 7th century. The Moors, known as the Amazighi, the men of noble origin, were the true indigenous people of Morocco. They had no objection to the religion of Islam as perfected by Muhammad as a completed favor to his people. Surah 5, Ayat 3. After all, they recognized their own old-time religion. So this is saying the Moors had their own particular school of thought. When it comes to Islam, we call it Islamism, as opposed to Arabized Islam. Don't mean we got nothing against them for what they do, but we have a Moorish school of thought. So questions 16 and 17 and 18, founded by their ancient forefathers. In fact, Moors accepted Islam, Hotep, and Islamism. Hotep means peace. The teachings of Ptahhotep is really where a lot of the Islamic teachings were derived from. Go figure. This is why you hear us talk about Kemet in the way we demonstrate. We demonstrating that Hotep, that Islamism degree. As early as drinking water, right? It says, see religious controversy. He referring to the chapter in the book. The conflict came not with West Africans submitting to Islam, but in the Arabs demanding the Moors to denounce their heritage. In the Moorish genealogy, it says, and profess being Arabians. Under the color of Islam, these Mohammedans were actually imposing Arabian nationalism. So we over here in the Moorish American government, if you notice, the chairman telling you how the Moors were rejecting that Arabization, and General Tariq fought them Arabs and ran they behind clean back over in Saudi Arabia. So we're not demonstrating the Arabized version of Islam. We demonstrating the Moorish version. So when people attack the Moors talking about, oh, you Moors follow the Arab, you talking about some other type of Moor. You ain't talking about Moorish Americans in the Moorish American government, because we don't honor that. So it says, under the color of Islam, these Mohammedans were actually imposing Arabian nationalism. These Moors who compiled were made caliphs, right? Complied, pardon self. They were made caliphs. Meaning they was selling out. They was willing to be Arabized. They was made caliphs, sheiks, and assorted rulers. Those who bucked were slandered as infidels, heathens, and non-believers, considered as outcasts, and only worthy of slavery or death. Especially the Moors, whom had brought culture, sciences, and architecture, civilization to Spain, Portugal, Italy, and France. They were called Morocco, Latin, Spanish, and Moros in French. So the chairman telling you this. So for all that y'all that like to, always say, oh, the Moors was out there enslaving the people. And no, it was the Moroccans that enslaved the Moors people. It was the Moors that was fighting against the Moroccans people. The Europeans will have you believe that the Moors, were enslaving Moors so they can have you hate the Moors, be in opposition to the Moors. They accomplished exactly what they set out to accomplish. See? Now they got you fighting against the Moors when we fighting the same enemy you talking about fighting. We talking about fighting against that Arabian nationalism that they tried to impose upon us as well. So what are you saying? So anyway, it says they were called Morocco, Latin, Spanish, and Moros, French. Actually, 683 invasion, that 683 invasion marked another step down into the Great Ma'afa, the African slave trade. See Freemasonry. Why are we Moorish Americans? Now the flag of the Moorish, a red flag with the 5-pointed star in the center, like the great Moroccan kingdom itself, would be destined for shrinking alterations. These changes of its boundaries and histories and powers would be exchanged from the Arabs to the European New World Order or as the U.S. Marines sing, from the halls of Montezuma to the shore of Tripoli, Africa. After the Sultan of Morocco financed the 13 colonies to win their Revolutionary War to become the United States, he signed the first treaty with General President George Washington. Although this treaty still in effect states that he signed the first treaty, right? It says was written to protect the Moorish nationals enslaved here. Old slave owner George Washington put the Moorish flag away in a Philadelphia vault. To this day, the red and green flag is noted as George Washington chopping down the powerful, or the proverbial cherry tree. Needful to say, being Freemason, old George Washington couldn't tell a lie. Yeah, right. Naturally, the world famous fork-tongued European nations deceived the Moorish Arab Sultan as they had for 1,000 years. So after the United States Jubellum came to power, it was Portugal and France Jubella, her large brothers, who would conquer Morocco, see Freemasonry. Under this conquest, which lasted past its regain 3, 2, and 56 independence into 1990's control of Moroccan's Western Sahara by the Polisario Front. It says the great Moroccan Empire had lost its five-pointed star from its red flag. The holy green pentagram was not returned to its plain red banner until the advent of Noble Drew Ali between the years of 1905 and 1911 through 1912. The Europeans of Germany, Spain, Portugal, and France, right, were in a serious tug of war to the Anglo-French entente over Morocco. This, coupled with Moroccan tribal rivalries, led to the ouster of Germany and to Morocco under the French rule protectorate. Prophet Noble Drew Ali in August of 1912, with full authority of Sultan Abdul Aziz ibn Saud of the holy city of Mecca, Sultan F.O.E.S of Egypt, and the Grand Lodge of England and France, told our ruler in Morocco, Sultan Hassan I, question 34, there would be no peace until the stars return. Albeit, European heart was hardened in Morocco, and 1914 marked the outbreak of the Europe's First World War, which claimed 10 million lives and over 20 million wounded. In 1915 AD, the sacred five-pointed star was placed back in the center of the Moroccan red flag in Fez, Morocco. The prophet had retrieved the original Moorish flag from the congressional vault of the presidency of Woodrow Wilson in 1913. It was a great wonder that Noble Drew Ali actually displayed the Moroccan flag here in the United States 2 years before it was returned to the soil of Morocco. He displayed it upside down beside a backward turned United States flag as a sign. They both were in adversity of their principles. There's a picture of Noble Drew Ali with Secretary Christina Price Bay. It says, speaking of the U.S. flag, the term Old Glory was first applied to Moorish flag because of its heavenly brightness by Venus and its ancient history of being the mother of all flags. Old Glory could never intelligently be applied to a flag that has not been, only been around for a historical minute and changed numerous times between 1718 and 1960. Oh, how the mice played as the great African lion of Judah slept at midday. The degree day of Venus is Friday. This day is also the holy day for Muslims, monads all over the world. See Act 2. Venus is also symbolic of the great God's love in placing man above the angels and all other living things in all worlds, seen and unseen. This is the first flag, and it was called the glory to God. It's God's glory to the ancient Moors, torchbearers of civilization. It symbolized the consciousness of God in man, the flag of the Moorish. And, it's talking about our flag, and so forth and so on, and I won't go uh, any further into this a special measure. Let me check and see if I have anybody present. If not, I'm going to go ahead and bring this demonstration to a closure. And I want to just give honors to everybody that's been here on the manifest thus far. Watch the full faithful. Okay, yeah, let me let Jay in here. Pardon myself, Jay.
Hey, what's going on, bro? Thank you for the stream and let me in the chat.
Yes, sir, brother. Yes, sir. Peace and love, brother. I
Peace.
yield the flow to you, brother. What have you to say, my brother?
Yeah, so man, there was one part that I thought was powerful. It was part 5 under act as becometh thee in thy present station, and more exalted ones thy face shall not be ashamed. But more specifically under that section, I thought it was powerful when and can you remind me who's the author of this script?
That's my Grand National Chairman, Dr. Elihu Pleasant Bay. He was
Right.
breaking down the adept commentaries of the Circle 7. So he's basically expounding or giving the exegesis on.
Okay, so I thought this part was powerful right here. He said, when God man looks into the faces of men, he sees the same great God who made him. Like we were talking the last stream, and you said things will change when we all start to think the same. And that's the type of thinking that I think we all need to start thinking. So that right there is on point. Because imagine if we all looked at each other and seen the God in us. You know what I'm saying? Like that divinity in us. But
That's right.
we don't see that when we look at each other. We
That's
see
right.
nigga, we see, you know what I'm saying? Like it's crazy. So I thought that was on point.
Oh yeah, that's on point. And that's one of the measures. Got a book that was written recently on the God Code. European Greg Braden read it. He more of a Buddhist in his philosophy. But he was in there showing how the God Code was found in the DNA of man. And I expounded on this a couple of times because I was seeing this before I read his works. I got breakdowns from 20, 30 years ago where I was breaking down the name of the creator and connecting this with man to the elements, earth, air, water, and fire. But he went and broke it down in the book. So I see a confirmation, but his whole thing was he used to work in NASA, like dealing with the development of weapons for war and all this type of stuff, missile silos and everything, their program. And then he came to a state, wanting to stop war. And so he left that profession after he found the God Code, bro. You say, why would people even want to go to war with each other when they recognize that God is in them in their DNA, no matter what you believe? This ain't even got nothing to do with religion.
Is that the Fibonacci? What is that? What is the God Code?
The God Code. This book right here. Hold up, let me hold it back at an angle because it kind of Greg Braden. But he speaks on it. And you can go on YouTube and check some of his videos out. But the main thing he was showing is that the name God, it means God eternal within the body. That's what it translates. But he went through the name YHWH, the tetragrammaton, which exists in the Arabic and the Hebrew. And he was showing that this name proves that God is at the essence of man. This is debunks the concept of atheism. This is science. And scientists backing this up as well, bro. The scientists now going along with this. So this debunks the concept that God don't exist. You see what I'm saying? But if you recognize God within another individual, how could you hate that individual? That was his point in here. He made a couple of those points plain in here when he was doing his research about a nation being at war, a world. And his main thing was in this book, he's saying, will we live our experimentation and growth, or will we be destroyed by the knowledge that we have learned? Will we have that chance to correct our error? Will we live? to see these things unfold. So, it's a powerful demonstration though, in this book. This is a good work you can get, and it'll definitely be a powerful read to add to your arsenal, so to speak. You know what I
Okay.
mean? So
Okay.
yeah, if man look into the face of man and he see God, and we was all thinking along that wavelength, I mean, then how can we be in opposition to each other? I agree with you, brother. Go ahead.
Yeah, and then right after that, the following sentence. I like this one too. A soldier is never ashamed of the training and mistakes suffered to achieve the rankings he has earned. And I think that's just a tribute to all our trials and tribulations. And, it's kind of a message to keep your head up no matter what you're going through and not be ashamed, because we all went through something. We all going through something. We all been through something. So I really like that message too. That's powerful. And some of our trials are physical. You can see it on us. Some of us have battle scars, and some of it's invisible. You don't really see it, but everyone's carrying it. But we all soldiers. So I like that message too. Those two back to back, that right there hit me. I'm like, I like that right there.
Oh yeah, yeah. Cause too many of our people are afraid to take the L, and that
Mm,
comes from social media. You know what I mean?
that's true.
But I say, struggle build character. So what's going on with your Charles War L? Salute to your family. The link is in the box if you'd like to come in and add on to this bill right here that we have. But yeah, Jay, man, go ahead, brother.
Oh
I'm
no,
just
I ain't really got much to say. It's just that was it right there. That number 5. That's the one I really latched on to. The seeing God in all of us and that higher self, operating in that consciousness, man. Like not giving way to the lower self, the desires, the impulses. What I'm saying, that the immaturity. We really got to develop as a people to be more wise and really, like it says, to see the God in all of us. But I also believe that this God in all of us is not even confined to, our skin, our melanin. I'm not gonna front, because when I think of myself, I'm like, I'm not only great because I was made in this pigment. I'm great because of my mind, right? Because not everyone has the mindset. So we also need to understand that too.
That's right. That's right. Who is this trying to get in here now? Soul E127. I'm gonna let you in, but if you act crazy, I'm gonna get you up out of here. I don't know who this is. So let's see who this is. Who this is, family. State
Islam,
your name
boy.
and
Islam. You want my national name?
okay, go ahead, brother. Yeah, I just didn't recognize the name. Go ahead, brother. You can come for.
For sure. No, it's my first time tapping in. I didn't want to interrupt. I just wanted to catch you. I know you said that you were about to turn it in. I was listening to you and the brother. I don't mind waiting until you two finish.
Oh no, you can come for. But I just wanted to make sure I knew you was somebody because I didn't see an avatar. You know what I mean? But
For
you
sure.
you welcome to add a bill, man, just on what you heard thus far. And what
Okay.
you think, my brother?
Oh yeah, for sure. Always powerful teachings. You're one of the people that I try to keep up on as far as videos coming out. I see you on Sonetta and whatnot. But one thing that kind of entered my mind with the five foes, and I wanted to know if you could bring some clarity or some comprehension to, is to me it seems as though the five foes would have some type of connection with the five principles or I self law and master.
Well, yeah. What it is that when you reach the degree of I self law and master, you have mastered the five folds. You know what I
Exactly.
mean?
Okay.
And so
Right.
that's basically what that is. You have become, as we call it in the Moorish Holy Quran, spirit clothed with soul made in the form of Allah. Arm, leg, arm, head. All of that. And so, yeah, when you become Lord of the plane of your soul actions, thinking, willing, reason, understanding, remembering, and Lord of the plane of things made manifest, where you're able to govern the self. Oh man, That's our self-lord and master. That's real Islamism. Islam?
Islam.
Yes,
Yes, sir.
sir.
Yes, sir. I appreciate that. Yep. You definitely that brings a full understanding, but that's exactly what I thought it was. I appreciate that.
Yes, sir. All
I got a
right.
question for you, brother.
Go ahead,
Or are
brother.
you about to jump off?
No,
Oh,
we
you mean?
on here.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, I'm on here now. Now that y'all active, I'm with you. We gonna ride till y'all get tired, and probably have some more people that come in here.
Okay. So
Mhm.
we're talking about this development of the mind or the consciousness. Can you speak about, and I asked this because I'm not knowledgeable, but can you speak about during Prophet Noble Drew Ali's time, some of the conscious development that he did with the people? Did he reform people? Did he take people and elevate them to higher consciousness, whether they were on the streets, and then put them in positions of elevation? Like, can you speak about that? Because we hear a lot about it when it comes to the other groups and their works, but I'm not knowledgeable about Prophet Noble Drew Ali's works.
Oh yeah, well, I mean, he put a whole bunch of people in a lot of places. I'm gonna show you some reflections real quick, and I can give you an example. Let me open up my screen. I'm gonna share some, and all you really have to do is just type in Prophet Noble Drew Ali. The brother name is chanted like a mantra now. You know, he definitely ain't forgotten. They say the more you chant the name of those who have gone on, the more they remain present. You know what I mean?
The
So,
prophet was a prince of the Washita too, wasn't he?
his cousin, she get at history. We don't try to deny, those special measures or nothing like that right there. But we were told that there was a Cherokee ancestry of Prophet Noble Drew Ali, and a couple of other different measures or whatever. That's a history that is given. But he said that he never told anyone who his mother and father was, because he didn't want them to make over his grave like they did with our brother Yehoshua or Jesus, or their graves like they did with the parents of Mary and Jesus,
I see.
Mary and Joseph, pardon self. So let me share this right here with y'all so y'all can see these particular photos, which y'all probably already seen, but you would get some background history in regards to dealing with this. And we speaking of, people that he raised to positions of elevation. For those who may not be familiar, and I'm gonna see if this opens this. Yeah, it should let me open this one up here. For those who may be familiar, and it's a lot of different pictures they got here. I just expanded this year. Let me do it. Right here, these are congressmen that were Moors. That's Oscar the Priest. That's Louis B. Anderson. Y'all ever heard of Louis B. Anderson? They talk about him all the time in Black history. You know what I mean? He was a follower of Noble Drew Ali. Richard Ross was another. That's attorney Aaron Payne, who was Joe Lewis's attorney. He was the Johnny Cochran of his time, so to speak. But a lot of these people were the machine, the same machine that gave birth to what they called the aldermans in Chicago. The alderman community, along with even those who were calling themselves policy kings, coming up under Mush Mob Johnson and all of those, because Jesse Bingle, the first owner of a bank, was also a follower of Prophet Noble Drew Ali in Chicago. He too had certain measures. So Noble Drew Ali had a lot of influence, so much influence that even in the underworld, he was honored because he would clean. Well, he had a cleaning service, and the Moors would clean Al Capone's mansion. He wouldn't allow nobody to do that but Prophet Noble Drew Ali now. And he gave Noble Drew Ali a Cadillac as a gift, of appreciation. But that political machine that they had that was established, the stronghold came from those who were surrounding the likes of Prophet Noble Drew Ali. And some of these same ones began to become prominent even after Noble Drew Ali had died. But he had strong ties. And then as far as dealing with certain connections. Noble Drew Ali had contact with our brother Marcus Garvey. You know, we got the postcards where he was telling his wife he was going down there to visit him. You know, we got the pictures with him there. You know, he said that Marcus Garvey laid a foundation for him, like John the Baptist laid a foundation for the brother Jesus or Yehoshua, right? But then when we go further into the measure, we had people to come from Noble Drew Ali's tutelage, like Father Divine, Daddy Grace, Prophet Jones, you know, Elijah Muhammad, aka Elijah Poole Bay. You know, these are some of the ones who came from his leadership, some of the Hebrew leadership during the earlier times in 1913. You know, the commandment keepers who became the Moorish Zionist temple. You know, I'll show you a picture of that as well, you know, but all of those individuals basically were influenced by Prophet Noble Drew Ali. Now, as far as dealing with the spiritual upliftment, you know, there were Moors who were made adepts, you know, by Prophet Noble Drew Ali. And the Prince of Peace, Brother R. German Bay, who was the teacher of my teacher, you know, was made one of those adepts. You see what I'm saying? So a lot of people broke off doing what we call the first building of the temple, 1913, during Newark, New Jersey. A lot of movements came out of that and people benefited from the teaching. And then even in 1929, after Noble Drew Ali passed form, you had C.M. Bay, which is where the great Seal Moors get their lineage from. You got the 1934 portion, you know, which is currently active or whatever. They the ones that actually broke away from the Prophet's original demonstration, established their own thing. You know, then you had the Nation of Islam. You had the reincarnated Moorish Science Temple, you know, under John Given Zell. So all of these groups had something prominent, you know, that they brought to the manifest when they became prominent, so to speak. So a lot of people have benefited as a result of the teachings and the instruction that Prophet Noble Drew Ali demonstrated. And he went to the low, you know, or the lowest of the low. He was, like I said, he was dealing with people that was straight out the mud, you know. He was dealing with people straight out the mud where we come from. You know, he wasn't just dealing with, you know, people. See, this is the Moorish Zionist temple, you know, that actually come forth, you know, was a branch off of that time of the Canaanite temple in 1913 before he went to Chicago. So, man, it's so much in the history, and we give honors to the Moors that preserve well the history of the Moors, brother, because if we didn't have that, along with the pictorial reflections and everything else, you know, we would be lost. We got a lot of the information, you know, based on the life of Noble Drew Ali and his teachings. Islam?
Islam.
Yes, sir. So, yeah, man, this is definitely key, though, the key of what we're trying to point out now, because our people are destroyed for a lack of knowledge, but a lack of the knowledge of the truth. You know, it was written, you hear people quote that all the time. They say, my people are destroyed for a lack of knowledge, but they don't go into what's fully being said. They say, since you have rejected knowledge, then I will reject you and your seed after you. You see? So our people are destroyed for a lack of the truth or the knowledge because they reject the knowledge. And by we being in a state where we want to reject information and reject knowledge, you know, without doing the research, we actually condemn our future, our seeds, our babies to a hellacious condition. You see what I'm saying? By default, a not wanting to know. What you think about that, brother?
I think that's absolute truth, you know, as far as situations that's common for our people, CPS, you know, prison, just all of those different pipelines. If people had, uh, for in the general sense, knowledge itself, you know, regarding law. status, nationality, etc., they would see that, you know, those shackles are voluntary. You just have to be receptive of that knowledge. So I agree with you.
That's correct. And see, that's why in this body that I demonstrate in, we demonstrating self-determination. We talking about government, because that's the only thing we haven't tried as a people. We've been everything in the book. Our brother Marcus Garvey say we have went from organization to organization. And he said the only thing we ain't did yet is went and built government. You know what I mean? And so just creating another organization, that's basically no different than moving from one slot in an egg crate to another slot, you know? So our people got to get out of that organizational mentality and get into a mentality of building for self. Because even our brother Elijah Muhammad, spoke of one coming after him. He said God was going to establish a new government. Now, them brothers don't teach on spookism. We know Master Farad Muhammad dead physically. He ain't coming back. Farrakhan acknowledged the United States government as his government and the flag. So we know that Elijah couldn't have been talking about him as being the God man. It's only one God man that came forth talking about building government, and really started doing it, reached out to the UN, and the UN acknowledged our Declaration of Proclamation of Status and Jurisdiction. And it came through our chairman. So this is our government website right here. If you ever want to go to it, that's the chairman there. That's one of the God women, his wife, and man is a master teacher, man. That's some of the reflection of some of us, in a lot of the different measures we brought on the manifest when we build. We are really about the business of building government because that will unite all of us under one umbrella. You see, that's what we're trying to get our people to see.
I got a question for you.
Go ahead, my brother.
What is the model? What is the model for this government?
Well, the motto is salvation, our God, and unity. Salvation of knowing that we have, a patriarch in the form of a divine prophet that was sent to us, and having one God to unite us. It's just like Marcus Mosai Garvey said, one God, one aim, one destiny. So we letting you know what the one God is, what the one aim is and one destiny. We ain't tripping off the name that you use, because we know that these names are basically affiliations based on the language in which revelations had unfolded at a particular time. We know it's really still talking about the same reality. You feel me? So and one destiny, the destination has to do with the unity, which is the unity of the nations. See, the MST of A, the Moorish Science Temple, for example, they still dealing with the organizational aspects. But Prophet Noble Drew Ali said, I'm going to lead a European here long enough to teach the Moors how to run a government. So that means his intent was to build government. And that's where we are doing the work. My chairman was a part of that organization, the Moorish Science Temple. He was a grand governor. That's one of the highest positions you can have. He done been a sheik, a mufti, and all that there. He been through that. And so when he came and established government, this was taking us to that level of what we call unfoldment into the supreme laws. As Noble Drew Ali said, the general laws I have given you, that was under the organization, the Moorish Science Temple of America. He said, but the supreme laws will be passed down or handed down to you later. And so we are bearing witness to the unfoldment in the supreme laws. And we ushering this in, building government. That's what we doing. We were acknowledged by the United Nations. The only thing they asked us, and I told Brother Jay this last time we built, they asked us this question.
Where's the will?
Where's
the will at? Where's the will?
That's what they asked. Is there a unanimous will among your people to be free? That's what they asked us, brother. And to be honest with you, to shake my head, being honest, because this one of them situations I got to be honest, It ain't no unanimous will among our people to be free, but that doesn't stop us from being able to be a nation, be a government, because the UN ain't the one that make you a government. Our people have to have the will as a collective to want to do this. And you don't have to have a whole bunch of people to start it, which we got a good love. We got a collective. It's a lot of divine ministers in the government. We've been doing this since 2007. A lot of these groups out here that you see, Brother Marvin Edwards Bay, or Mr. Marvin, you know, whoever that is, I think that might be one of my brothers. If not, we're going to drop the link in there for this brother too. If he want to come in, he can come in. But yeah, so that's where we at with it. The salvation is really same as Marcus Garvey. One God, one aim, one destiny. Salvation, our God, unity. Because we have never been a godless people. Despite all the atheistic talk you hear these people talking around here. You see what I'm saying? And so that's the key, brother. You know, getting outside of the spookism, recognizing the one God worked through us. Okay. If we get out there and we do any work on a European job site, and for example, and we get a raise or something, we say, oh, I got a raise. God gave me a raise, even though it's a man that the raise came from. But in all actuality, you acknowledge God. You giving praises to God. And so this is how we have to look at our condition outside of all the spookism. We are the ones whom we awake. Ain't nobody coming through no clouds, scaling down in no blonde hair. No, as we call it, you know, blonde hair, blue-eyed, buttermilk complected, as our brother Khalid Muhammad used to say. That is not happening, family. God is working through us. Remember, the brother Jay had identified it. He said that when we see the God within each other, you know, so we have to see that the Most High is involved in our condition when we get involved ourselves. And they call that being about the business of our Father, so to speak. Or some people can say faith with the works as opposed to faith without the works. Islam.
Got you. Hey, so I think you misheard me, but I still appreciate the answer. So what I was asking was, what's the model, MODEL?
Oh, you didn't say, I thought you said motto.
Yeah, motto.
Motto instead of motto. Well, the motto of the government is theocratic, my brother.
That's right, and that's what I heard last night on the call. It's a theocracy. I got you.
Yeah, it's a theocracy. Yeah, it's not a democracy or a republic. Theocracy means rule under God. That's why when I see these people in the Walmart parking lots, they out there voting in the hot sun, sweating and carrying on. I mean, like, you doing all this groundwork, you know, to try to save a position in Rome's government. You can be doing this for yourself. Be able to have that same type of energy when it comes to self-determination. And this is where we'll be able to build something for ourselves. Don't take your talents to the people that's destroying you and complain about the way the beast is feasting on your flesh, so to speak. Because if you continuously offering your babies to this system to eat them up, you know, generation after generation, it ain't right, but you ain't doing nothing to change it, then we become a part of the problem as opposed to the solution, right?
Yep, true.
You know, so yes, sir. And our brother say he need to switch devices. So, you know, this is a powerful draw, and he coming back in, our brother Jay. And I honor you, brothers. And what's your attribute again, beloved?
Luke Ra, Samawi L.
Okay, what territory you from, my brother?
Alabama territory.
Oh, you right down here next to me over the line. I'm in Florida.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yeah, so what we do, we establish under the Moorish American government, we establish what we call consulates. You know, and we have consulate headquarters and so forth and so on. And instead of temples, you know, temples are more of what we call the educational apparatus. Under the model of our government, as the question had been asked earlier, these are some of the measures that we draw on. And we got like instead of what we want, we telling you, you know, what it is that we demonstrate. Because most of our people say what we want, you know, what we looking for. So we say here, for example, let me blow this up. We as a clean and pure nation do not have enemies, foes, or adversaries, nor do we possess the intent to create their likes from among the sons of man. With these intents, America's greatness is divinely assured, and the Negro problem will be finally and wholly solved. Only the Moorish Americans must rightfully proclaim this, their national and divine identification, hereby notifying the United States of America and all nations of the earth with the following divine constitution and bylaws. We are an organic people and declare our Moorish independence that our God is the great God of the universe and master to the day of judgment. Our national prayer is the Moorish American prayer. Our international prayer is the Al-Fatiha. Our holy prophet, angel, and founding father is Noble Drew Ali. Our principles are love, truth, peace, freedom, and justice. Our earthland is home, and Moorish Mexim Americas is our native land. Our citizens are free-born Moorish American nationals. Our theocracy form of government is guided by our Holy Quran and divine covenant. Our national head is the Grand Sheikh. Our assistant national head is the assistant Grand Sheikh. Our Grand National Chairman is the Moorish Consul General, Grand Mufti. Our grand body is a Congress of divine ministers, adepts, and angels. Our national purpose is the uplifting of fallen humanity. Our flag is red with the five-pointed open green star in the center. Our grand national seal is the logo Circle 7. Our grand national emblem is the red crescent moon and five-pointed open green star, open star. Our gross national product is wisdom. You know what I mean? And so these are the things that we proclaim. You know, and the brother shows the theocracy. This was artwork that was demonstrated by our chairman. You know, Prophet Noble Drew Ali said that he was going to take his good Moors up on an incline. And so the brother put the incline here as defined or definitive dealing with belief, faith, and fruition. You know, he also said that he was going to take his good Moors up in an apparatus. Apparatus, according to definition, has to do with government. So there are mechanics and machinery in relation to dealing with government. And this mechanic and machinery aspect has to do with the people themselves. We are the instruments. You know, we make up the mechanism or the mechanics to be able to get this demonstration off the ground like it should be. This is the work that we have to do. You see what I'm saying? So, yeah, that's the 12-step ladder. You know, and he was talking about climbing out of state of the jurisdiction. You know, he also said that Prophet Noble Drew Ali said that it was going to be some Moors that was going to take this movement down so low it would disappear from the face of earth. And that's part of the reason why many of our people don't even know what Moorish America looked like. So this is our website, though, that we have here. Like I said, brother, you can go in here and get a grand drawing on information. This is we actually trying to get our chairman's website back up because he had a personal website at one time that had all types of information on it. I'm working on that right now for him. You know, you can see I got a lot of reflections of Prophet Noble Drew Ali from the time he was a young man, you know, as he most definitely evolved throughout the times. So we have a lot of reflections of the brother. Honors to this man. This man really served the grand purpose of teaching our people to be themselves, my brother, and bringing them into the reality of what it means to be a people. Nobody else has done that special work, and that's why they try to sweep it under the rug. They don't like to talk about Noble Drew Ali and their so-called Black History Month celebrations. You know, we also have the Prophet's healing things, his oil teas, his compound, the Book of Fire. You can order that from the chairman. That's what I was reading from earlier. We got the Book of Ali. We got the Moorish Holy Quran and a lot of these chapters that we have, you know, certain chapters you won't find in of the Qurans because we got all 70 chapters here. You know, we got the medallions and everything that can be ordered from headquarters. Also, my website is also here, Mathino's Archives, where you want to get into the comedic aspects of what we teach. You know, got a lot of information here. So we go into all of that. So let me get out of this one here. So yeah, we got my website there. And I mean, you just go through the tabs, you can go and find out what it is that we are about, what we represent. You know, and you can also attend our conference calls. You see? I'm gonna let you see something real quick. I'm gonna let you see our chairman when he went to Chicago to speak to some of our people, so you can see the mind state that our people, you know, are in and how hard it is to teach our people in certain cases. Watch this. Check this out.
That's right. That's right. I mean, how does that look? So we went.
Hold up, it's buffering a little bit. Let's see if this clip.
And ununified. Ununified. Yeah.
Okay. All right, now come on.
I like that word, ununified.
Hold up. I don't know why we dragging out here. See if it run again.
That's right. That's right.
I got some look like I got some internet issues over here. Let me see what my connection look like over here. Well, the connection look pretty good there. But maybe it has to run up a little bit. We're gonna see.
That's right. That's right. I mean, how does that look? So we went in ununified. Ununified? Yes. With all of I like that word, ununified. That's good because you helped me out. Like, I'm thinking stupid and all kinds of stuff. Yes. You know, carrying other people's flag at the United Nations. I want to extend my arms to Noble Dwelly, but when he went to the Pan American Conference in 28, everybody was represented, you know, up and down the Americas. So, and the thing about it is that he held it down so much so that everybody knew that the Moorish Americans are hidden. They know our true free national nation. But we have got to live up to it. The Prophet did his job. He said, we're bad, but we got to live up to the we part. Okay? Noble Dwelly was born as a Moorish American. And he proved that when he was asked the question, what's your nationality? Did he say, although you were born on a Cherokee reservation, what did he say? He said, what's your nationality? What did he say? Moorish American. Okay? He didn't say nothing about no Cherokee. Okay? There's a reason for that, with all due respect. He took the winning side. Okay? So, any questions that are concerned with the United Nations here now in the future, where we have to read about it? I'm ready for your question. Go ahead.
Brother Morris, I want to ask you a question from yesterday. I didn't get a chance to ask you. What is the phantom? What those box cars and stuff was telling me yesterday? What's that from?
FEMA?
Yeah, FEMA. I'm sorry.
Okay. You got access to a computer?
Yeah.
Okay. You go in the search engine, and I just put in FEMA and put railroad cars and / railroad cars, and they'll pop right up. Okay. FEMA has now over 200,000 shadow cars, brand new. Okay, and they're in different parts of the know, let's more investigate this for us. It's a little place there, Pine Knot in North Carolina, and they got a river called Summer there, and other places in every state church. Okay, and what these are brand new title cars, you know, like during the time of the Nazi concentration camp. All right, but these got shackles and chains on for him to start up. That's it. Okay. They also have over 800 concentration camps. Okay. They have converted the military bases that they've emptied out. A lot of those are now concentration camps. They've taken a lot of the silos and made them into concentration camps too. Okay.
Another question. So if you don't have your nationality and you don't have your own government, they can put you in no places like that, right?
I'm glad you phrased it that way. You can have your nationality all day. It's not going to help you without the government.
I say without the government.
That's what I said. I appreciate that. Okay. More to say, remember, maybe you don't, I'm not that old either, but when the Japanese, you know, bombed Pearl Harbor and the United States had to go through, you know, strategic measures militarily, they locked up Japanese like 40 going west. So some was very predominant. You know, it was, you know, they didn't care what they had, what kind of property they owned, businesses they had, family, nothing. They locked their yes ass up. Concentration camps, okay? And they stayed there, right? Okay? They are now recently just began to compensate some of their descendants. Right? Okay? In the form of reparation. Okay? It was a military thing. Okay? It was a war. Okay? So yeah. So I'm letting you know that the United States is ready now for it. If you think that another 1960s Angela Davis thing you want to jump off, you can forget that. It ain't gonna work like that. Now people running around talking about some black power, you know, no. Okay. And even if you are nationless, then you are subject to be along with everybody else. Nothing's going to save you. I mean that with the term nationless, that includes the Moors too. If you don't, you can call yourself a Moor all day, but if you have not come together under a government bearing that one free national name, you're just as grass. Okay? And there ain't no joke about it. Okay? The only thing one government respects is another government. Am I right? Am I right? What government did you have? Okay. Come on.
I could have sworn that wars always had government.
Well, don't swear like that.
I was going back to what Joe said. Joe said the war sign symbol of America is the government. If the war sign symbol of America is the government, then if you go according to what he put down, you have a government system.
Okay, Mo, we went through this last night, and I'm not going to get into the situation. The Moor Sign Symbol of America is a lawfully chartered organization. Very sure. I'm just going over the prophecy. Okay. All right. When it comes down to a government, let me help you with that part. Come down to a government. The government is named under the free national name of the people. The Chinese government is under what? The Chinese people. The German government is under the German people. The Moor Sign Symbol is not a people. Okay? It does not have a descent nature. When Noble Drew Ali was born, he was not born in Moor Science Temple. He was born in North America. Okay? So this is not argumentative, but I'm telling you, you got to get your language right. Okay?
It's all about differences.
Okay, let me get this way.
And everybody in the room would have to agree to go along with whatever the majority of us agree to do, because government is elected by the people. That means ain't no dictatorship. The people have to suggest what it is that we do. So if we deal with it from a vote perspective, then we'll have to go along with what the majority say. As a group.
Jolie did it this way. He said, by the time I tell you to do something, I already did it. Okay? So I'm going to give you an advance notice of this. Any more in here that want to go back to the UN when we go? And we're going. All right? You're free to come. Just call us, stay in contact. Okay? And you'll be up to date. We're going anyway. Why? Because there's some of us that know what the real deal is. Okay? Some of us really care. I'm not here just to be talking and socializing. I'm here to give you a warning. Okay?
We said we need to know the next move.
It's already been done.
But we need to know the next move.
Islam. One of the things that, one problem I think we have, because we don't have a sense of direction. Honestly. Because the prophet has already laid out what we're supposed to do.
Islam.
I think that we're looking for people to do things that are not qualified to do those things. We have individuals that's in critical responsibility do not know the seriousness of what they're called to do. So if we're talking about the government, we're talking about men and women that are professional and doing work for the citizens. We're not talking about asking nobody to join the government. Okay? You're talking about the Moorish American government. You're talking about people that's in line function based on exactly that. Nothing else. And if we're not coming out of this room with a consensus of working together, then the purpose is good. So, and I'm like you. I've been to so many people the more talking about, I don't think we need no thing. I think the unity is already, I think we need oneness of mind. I think what we need is a community of Moors that understand that your children is the generation coming behind you, and back to they employ the that they have just like you. So what was the Moorish scientific or the Moorish American government after that? So I think you need law enforcement.
Islam.
I never seen a government where you sit around and ask people to be a part of the government. No, just being honest.
Okay, and I don't recall us asking that either.
I'm thinking like, there are brothers in Chicago. If we can put aside our difference, I draw less than a month, this whole city will be locked down. We the one got to get off our little selfish ideas about what the prophet said and do what the prophet said. So, you know, I'm more in line with some of the brothers and sisters in here, man. I don't see no unity coming out of it because, first of all, you don't have one mind. You got 7 people thinking 7 different things, UCC, ETC. I got my nationality card. You know what I'm saying? It ain't burning up in my pocket. It's growing. Because I sit among the wise. If you're chairman, and you are of the Moorish American government, that's a job. Believe me, you're not doing anything to claim your reputation. You got to have a whole box of attitudes. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? I know that. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. So what I'm saying, I think you need to call together the men and women who have the same love for the people. Calling somebody just for the sake of talking back and forth like on the website, Facebook, arguing back and forth. I have no time for that, man. You're going to get crushed. Rome didn't fail. So my last thought is this, is that to make your message much more potent and more significant to the prophet, we have to incarnate in the spirit. He's here. He's not dead. The prophet's right here with us, watching us right now. You know what I'm saying? And you got to be entitled to the name of faith when you do this. You got to, your interest got to be in one direction to do this. You got to be the soul. If you ain't carrying the marks of the prophet, you ain't the one. We got to stop putting people in position that don't know how to do this. Everybody should be appointed according to their what? Merits. Okay. So that will bring the government about. Asking somebody, I'm not saying you're doing that. You know what I'm saying? One talking about everybody won't be a part of the government. I mean, you'll be a part of the government, you're not gonna be working inside of the government. You may be somebody support the government as a citizen, you know what I'm saying? But you're not gonna be operating. You know, so we need to get those people that know how to operate. You know, if Ken Bay is good at doing a certain thing, you put Ken Bay there. Dami, you're doing something, Mohammed, this brother, you put him there. And let's get off all this demonstration, the underground shit. Man, she is a job. They ain't no bang reputation. Sometimes they make you want to take your fed and spend it twice. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? Then put it back on. contrary. You got to have upright, independent, and you got to be caring for your loved one. And that kills all the extra conversation. But we got to stay away from things that sensitive.
We gotta get busy.
You know what I'm saying? I know how you feel about this. When I say temple, it's not temples plural with you. They are personal things. That's why. And I can understand. I will always be a member, a citizen of the more scientific man for too long to turn away from that. But you got your own measure. You're accountable for your own actions. But I know you're demonstrating the truth, because it wasn't, you wouldn't be standing there. You wouldn't even be here. You could be somewhere with your leg crossed, smoking a cigar somewhere. I'm just being honest. So I'm talking to all my brothers and sisters. We need to come together in love and stop baking. Coming over to this means and baking, man, then turn around and leave and throw a knife in each other's neck. It's love. Like the brother that we used to say. And I would commend them on this. I'm not saying to buy nobody up like no cloud. That's my first civic teacher, him and I'll keep that. It's not get one of our honest too. It's all our civics to know, brothers. I'm no father. But I'm gonna tell you something. It's brothers that can lock this demonstration down that we just do the right thing. Just when I say lock down, I'm gonna take advantage of nobody, get the government in motion. There's things that I disagree with you about. You know that. You know what I'm saying? But they are very small. I had a thought last night, and I'm gonna ask this question. You read the Constitution? Is that an amendment to the Constitution? And I'm saying, if it is, then that's all right. Because the Constitution of Moorish hasn't been amended yet. The amendment don't mean changing. It means applying other things to it that works. So you're saying members, and then saying citizens, not that you're taking the members and throwing it in the garbage, you just broaden the spectrum. Now, if that's the case, I can understand that, but not saying, I mean, a person should be able to say you're a member and
Yeah, so yeah, that's basically a converse of the chairman when he was in Chicago. And he definitely went up there, man, and started building, with the people. He been doing that for years, trying to teach the people, man. But some of our people want to be free and some of them don't want to be free. Let me see, our brother Jay say he back. Jay, come in back in the back room again so I can open up the measure for you if you still there. Yeah, so what you think about that, my brother?
Yeah, I know that to be true. I think to a certain extent, on various levels, we all go through that same similar situation, dealing with close friends or family, or just people who we might see some type of light in, and we might feel some urge to try to liberate them for whatever reason, and you can show them the government's own word, to read it to them, show them, give them the reference, pull it up yourself, and it seems that they would rather focus on complaining and the negative aspect, or the negative aspects of their life, as opposed to liberating themselves, like looking at just reading it. If you just read it, it becomes pretty apparently obvious, and you just go from there. I think all of the sciences lead to one another. Like, if you get into something, one of the sciences, I think it naturally leads into another as you delve deeper and deeper into the levels and understanding. um but yeah, uh, I struggle with that myself. uh and it can feel pretty bad, man, because you look at the people sometimes, and you try not to have those thoughts of, this person is, they hopeless at this point in stage, but you also have to remember that, everyone has a season, and they may be right now, but that doesn't mean that, you know they're rotten fruit. But it's a balance. I agree with everything that was said. Islam.
Yeah, it's long. And so that's the measure there. Just trying to get your people to wake up. Most of our people have this microwave demonstration. They feel like if it ain't tangible right then or they can't benefit from it, then what's the meaning behind it? They feel, for example, when we talk about government, we supposed to have everything that a government represents. But they fail to realize, even with the United States government, it wasn't something that was built overnight. It was a process that brought about the progress of them becoming an independent nation. And most of our people do not want to go through that special process. You know, they think that this demonstration already is supposed to be on the manifest, but they fail to realize it takes people to build a nation. It takes people participating in building the nation. Yes, sir. You can come on back up in here, Jay. I didn't see you earlier because we were looking at the video.
I did want to add on to what you said about it takes people. I think a lot of people look at, for one, I I think as you delve deeper and deeper into it, you'll see, or you'll start to invest, and just people in general will start to invest in the future. You know, I'm hopeful for, whatever my lifespan may be, but at the same time, I know that ultimately what we're all discussing probably won't happen in my lifespan, but I have a son and daughter myself, so um, one, to invest in that, and then two, it's not going to take as long as people think. Uh, if, like you said, we can just get together, that seems to have always been our issue. Whenever you go to family get-togethers, and you have fortunate enough to have a great grandma or a grandma, and you're with all your cousins and your uncles and your aunties. A lot of times it's 50 to 80 people there. And that's just one quote unquote family. And imagine if we got a neighborhood together, or just started living next to one another. We could start enforcing more so a lot of these issues that we seem to come across individually as a community or as a government, enforcing these schools to, treat our treat our children, accordingly, and, by our laws and et cetera. Exactly what you're saying, I, it's frustrating, and at the same time, it's motivating to continue to study so that we can enlighten the people that we care about, and even people that aren't here yet, the future generations.
That's right. And that's the main thing I keep telling some of our people, that even with places like Sudan, where you had certain people that just gained their independence, or like Morocco in 1956, that was able to gain their independence with the help of a Moorish American, Brother Frederick Turner Eyre, as a matter of fact. But they fail to realize is that this demonstration can come up in the next year. So because we already acknowledge the key is getting our people to want to get together and do the work, and you can still do that work on a level of dual citizenship, really, knowing that you making a transition. Only thing we need is just our people to start working in the lights. And so what we doing now, we exploring different areas of land. That's some of the stuff we looking into right now. Because land is most definitely necessary. Um, we trying to establish certain measures. We're doing a lot of stuff digitally right now, or just online with the internet, because the internet is really the world too. But then we also have to have some brick and mortar. And that's where we come into play, like you was talking about, living together, living close to each other. That can be done per consulate, because we have a consulate per each state. In every community we come together, but then we have that collective drawing when all of us come together and we meet and really begin to build. Like you say, you got to build with the thought that, well, this may not happen in my lifetime, but I'm building for those who come behind me, you know, and we will accomplish a lot along the way. A lot of these different groups out here, movements, got all this amassed measures of membership, but none of them have thought about really becoming a nation. Nation of Islam has a whole bunch of membership, a lot of our Hebrew family, a lot of membership, but they still subject to the jurisdiction of another nation as an organization. That's not real government. You see what I'm saying? So that's I just wanted to bring that for Islam.
Islam. Yeah.
Can you hear me?
Yeah. I think. Oh, go ahead, Jay. My bad.
Oh no, I didn't mean to cut you. Go ahead, bro.
I was just going to say, just to, your thoughts kind of sparked one of my own. Also, is that we seem to, I don't know what it comes from. Maybe different areas for different aspects for different people, but we seem to become really ego or self-based whenever we accumulate, what we consider at that time a certain amount of knowledge. And I just want to point out that whenever you do that, you close yourself off to, you're always going to be evolving along whatever path you're on right now, uh, regard if you're in the Jesus Christ path or movement, Hebrew Israelite, or whatever the case may be, if you've noticed, you've never really stopped moving. You continue along that spiritual journey, and as your understanding increases, you see that you move on to something that provides more understanding. Um, and we seem to get to these points and we stop becoming receptive of the consciousness and the knowledge, and we hear something that's adverse to what we've decided to take in as belief, because it has to be belief. You haven't completed that spiritual journey or understanding, so you don't know it. But and that causes a lot of people to see an enemy where there is no enemy, when it comes to discussing consciousness or understanding of different areas. um, and we become combative as a people. It's very easy. If you're an introverted type of person, it's very easy to sit back and see how it's easy to manipulate us as a people. And whenever people talk about how emotionally charged we are, there's nothing wrong with that, but it's a great gift. But just like anything else, our knowledge, our understanding, it has to be honed, and you have to learn how to control it, or else it's used against us all the time. And we know it is. We speak about it on various levels. People call the police because, they know that this, and that's going to happen. And yet, it still happens. So we have to get to a point also, or we have to get to a point of understanding, and not so much looking at each other as adversaries, and with the labels, the color of law, and see how that, however you have to put it together in your head. I know a lot of us are more familiar with the Christian, our traditional Christian teachings, and the falling of the Tower of Babel and the splitting of everything. If you look at that symbology, that connection and whatnot, and then you look at, your quote unquote Mexican, your quote unquote Chinese, etc., and you don't see them as your brothers, and ultimately all of those things and more, everything we've mentioned are our weaknesses. Whenever people I see people ask sometimes, if we know all of this, why don't we have a government? It's not a secret. Everyone said it over and over again. You know, you just said it. You know, we're not willing for whatever reason to come together as a people. You know, I don't know. I don't get it myself.
Yeah, but we willing to patronize other people, nations. You know, that's the crazy thing about it. We do everything we can to build somebody else, but we won't take the time to build our own. You know, so yeah, brother Jay, you was finna come forth with a measure too, right?
Yeah. Hey, brother, what's your name? Soul L. I'm not sure how to address you.
Luke Ruff Samali L.
So I think, respect you, bro, and what you said. I'm not sure if you caught earlier in the stream, but I think what you're referencing has much to do with the instability of man, which was what this build was about. And that goes into the unpredictable, wavering insecurity that we have. So when you're speaking about, us as a people being very emotional, I think it really, you're tackling that instability that we have. And our brother Kamisha says something very powerful. He said, weak thoughts cause us to make bad decisions. And I said, that's facts, right? We have a problem. We have an issue with weak thinking. And, I'm not sure what the solution is. I guess we have to look within ourselves to even recognize it first. But I really think that's what you're talking about, and it's relevant with the build.
Islam, Islam. Absolutely. Absolutely. I completely agree with that. Um, I'm not sure what the answer is either, brother. Honestly, I think, I think we're doing what we're supposed to be doing as long as we continue. And, uh, to a certain extent, how's the phrase go? I can't remember how the phrase goes. Settle for another one is you can lead a horse to water, but you can't make the horse drink. And so, to a certain extent, some people need to understand that the ultimate savior comes from you. You know, at the end of the day, like you have to be receptive of being saved, and ultimately that comes through your own consciousness. You know, your own understanding. So it behooves people to enlighten themselves so that they can receive the message as it is, more so in its pure form, instead of through filtered beliefs and ideals through people who connotatively set up different things through language and false religions and etc. I completely agree, brother.
Yeah, you know, Prophet Noah Drew Ali said it like this. He said, if I can get you more to think it for yourselves, you will save yourselves, basically. And so that's the key, just getting our people to think. You know, and he also said he was going to stop the European from thinking and get the Moors to thinking for themselves. And that didn't have necessarily anything to do with stopping one particular European from thinking. It was the Eurocentric thought pattern that had been embedded in our psyche under bondage. You know, stopping that thought pattern, if he can break the barriers of all of that post-traumatic slave syndrome, then we will begin to think on that level. That's what we was talking about. You know, it's a term we say in the Moorish American government. We don't worship gods outside of the self. Ain't got nothing to do with we worship the self. That ain't what we saying. We are saying that God is within us. And anytime somebody can misdirect our will to going outside of the self, this is where a lot of our conflict comes from. And therefore we end up coming into contact with all these unnumerable foes that we was referring to, that attaches itself basically, unfortunately, to our will when the will is torn away from divinity, so to speak. And so now we have somebody playing with our yo-yo, so to speak. You know, if you don't master your mind, somebody else master it for you.
Mm-hmm.
And in most cases, that's what has been done. Domination, you know, as a result of us not accepting being a nation. So that's why somebody can have you use all that knowledge you have, go to a school, higher training. They like to call it higher learning. And you go through that particular cycle and still come out with nothing. Nothing of worth when it comes to helping your people. That's a sad situation. You know what I mean?
Islam.
We passed that legacy now. Like our brother Park said, only thing that we have to pass down is cotton. You know what I mean?
No, it's true. Yeah, we have to get on that generational wealth, everything.
Mm-hmm. And we got to give it up to the younger generation that is out here moving legitimately, doing well. But the thing is, they don't know anything about their nationality. They don't know about their divine creed. So everything that they are doing, they are basically wasting, resources, so to speak. Whereas one could actually be utilizing them resources to come together and truly build and become a superpower, so to speak. You know what I mean? We have that potential to become royal again. And once we ever do wake up and come together as a collective, that's when we going to really elevate. And it's here, it's destined for us to do it, but we just got to keep teaching. We got to keep coming together like this.
Yeah.
And pulling more people into the circle that think along the same line. Islam?
Yeah. Right.
Islam.
Yes, sir. So that's the key. And that's the thing, too. Here in the Moorish American government, our people have free will. We let our people exercise their five. And that's one of the reasons, we don't demonstrate no cultic behavior and all that type of stuff there. People free to think. That's why the prophet said the only reason our people don't like Islam is because it belonged to them. You see what I'm saying? So our people like to try to force themselves into a situation that they think that they are being barred from. If somebody's saying you can't come up in here, then they'll go and break their neck trying to get up. But if you open like this here and this belong to you, here it go right here. It's like they don't even pay no mind to it. Like it don't have value. You see what I'm saying?
Rewind that, bro, from the top. You said, because that's a great point, but I need to hear it again.
Yeah. Now, what I was saying is that basically, our people look at things that belong to us, like it don't have a worth, it don't have a value to it. But if you were to bar them from it, then they'll be trying to protest their way to get up in that demonstration. So,
right.
Let me in, oh, this and that there. You treat me this type of way. But right now you have a whole meal ticket, so to speak, and we ain't talking about money. We're talking about our people coming together. This is the true road to liberation. And they just brush it off like it ain't nothing. You know what I mean?
Ain't that crazy?
And it's crazy. That you see the tsunami coming. They done told you it's coming, but you see it coming. You're going to stand there. You crying, oh, the way they treat me. Look at what they did. I don't want to do. I'm finna protest. They talking about killing the babies. Are they going to let, abortion this and that. All types of crazy stuff, Then they get it caught up in it every election season. They play with the yo-yo again, make you think that is some hope. Then they come and snatch that hope when they do put somebody in there. So, I ain't finna let nobody play with me with this illusion of inclusion. That's a waste of time. You know what I mean?
Islam. And for the people, not necessarily anyone here, but for the people who come in the future and may view this, if you read not what they give you, but if you read the full version of the 14th Amendment and you get to Section 3, they straight up tell you that your vote only counts for local elections. And after that point, your status doesn't count for anything. That's why the electoral college is a thing in the first place. They have a
Fact.
different status than you as a U.S. citizen or federal citizen.
Fact.
So they like our family is saying, they're playing with you. And like this latest abortion, etc. If you are in your proper status, you would know This has no effect on you whatsoever.
at all, at all. And then that's the thing. People still they missing it because they fail to realize when they say we the people ain't got nothing to do with our people. They fail to realize when they say all other persons, they talking about property. You see what I'm saying? And so
Yeah.
as long as one is not in their proper status, they are property, state property. And everything they own is state property with them too. So that's the thing. Our people think that they free, but you state property. You see what happened to Bill Cosby, you know, when he went out there and tried to go and do what he did. Look at all anybody that ever tried to really, that had it to be able to do it, that tried to go out there and aid and assist our people, end up falling victim. And so this is really, a lashing from the whip to make people be in a state of fear. You know what I mean? And that's another thing. Our people got to get out of that state too. They're going to kill me if I stand in. You scared to think of free thought. That don't make no sense. You scared to think free. Anytime somebody tell you something about freedom, you got an excuse as to why it ain't possible. You know what I mean? And I'm talking about what you just straight down talking on. That's crazy.
Islam.
Islamism. So we know the problem, brother, but all we have to do is pool our resources, bring our talents together. Because all of us got talents. All of us got divine gifts.
Yes, we do.
Understanding, you feel me? When we begin to come together, get in where we fit in, utilizing them talents, bro. Like the brother Marcus Mosai Garvey L stated, up you mighty race of people and accomplish that in which you will. That'll be the demonstration. Islam.
Islam.
Yes, sir. So man, I just want to give honors to both of you brothers, for coming on the manifest, man, because this is what time it is. If not us, then who?
I know that's right.
That's the question. If not us, then who? I ain't got no problem, with going the long haul and, we the founding fathers. What we doing has never been done. You see what I'm saying?
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's something to be proud of.
Yeah. This is something we done tried everything, family. But what we are doing has never been done. And again, it takes strong men and women to do this work. Again, you can't get strength from weak sources. So we just got a lot of foes within the dial plate of our thinking, man, that got to be directed properly. And I guarantee you, brother, we really will unfold overnight. I like to say this: if you teach the young, then the old shall follow in shame. I had an elder tell me that years ago. You know what I mean? And so that's what we got to do. We got to do it for them babies, man. Islam.
Islam.
Yes, sir. And then our women will respect us, because a lot of people don't know we losing respect of our women because they feel like we powerless. Despite being wealthy, despite being rich, they still see you as a quote unquote beta male.
They do.
You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, that symbology, them going to the public government, almost as though that's their masculine counterpart.
That's exactly what it is. And you see it more and more daily, where they crossing over the borderland, some of our sisters. They, you see it. And it make you wonder, say, wow, man, it's that easy, huh? And so the system that has been put in place, they know the damage that they have done, to the family structure of the people, and then condemn the people for reacting the way in which they react. You created this single mom, baby mama syndrome. You see what I'm saying? But then you condemn the man or the father after you took him from, being the son of his universe that we call a family. What happened if you remove the sun from the universe scientifically, family?
Everything else will perish.
So if we know our ancestors often taught that the family structure was a reflection of the universe. For example, the man was symbolic to the sun, the woman was the moon, and the child, represented the star. In order for the star to actually have, illumination, it receives its light from the light that's reflected from the sun to the moon.
Mm-hmm.
You see what I'm saying? But when you remove the sun, you can't even reflect light no more. If man and man ain't together, you know where I'm going on that right there, as far as dealing with teaching his son. He can't teach his son and make him a man. The woman can't do it, so therefore he end up taking on characteristics of the women. And they're over emotional, reactionary. Queen Vanity reigns supreme. Ain't that what we talk about, Jay, when we talk about that instability?
Mm-hmm.
Next thing you know, he ready to, catch a body. Because that's the new thing now. How people deal with death on a whole nother level.
Right.
So
and what
go ahead, brother.
That sounds like the darkness of man.
Yes,
we always ready to deal with death, catching bodies, taking lives, taking our own lives, taking the lives of people that look like us. It's like suicide. Even when you kill another brother, it's suicide.
Celebrating it. And think about it now. Think about how many times when you're dealing with somebody that don't look like us, we give them a pass. That European can step on your shoe. You ain't finna kill him. You understand? He can look at you a certain type of way. He can call you crazy. You ain't finna kill him.
Right.
But let one of your own people, even look in a type of way that and there it go, it's going down. That's why I say it got to be something in the psyche. Now think about it. You willing to take somebody's life and do life in prison the rest of your life now. You ready to throw your life away behind somebody. But then when it come down to you standing up, you got that same arsenal on you. Wrong, pull up, you run it. Ain't something wrong with that?
A whole lot wrong with that. Going the wrong way.
Right.
So what would we say is the light of man?
The light of man is basically his highest state of elevation in consciousness. You see? Knowing that he is powerful, based upon what it is that he know. And he can activate that special thought. When we begin to think like that, that's when we can really move mountains. And I see somebody in the comments, Abyss asked the question, am I a comedian or more? I am a comedian and a more.
Same people.
Deal with the concept of, it's the same people. When you deal with comedian, brother, being a comedic person, so to speak, it really has to do with your spirituality. But the word more actually derives from the comedic word mari. It's nothing more than what we call a sound shift that takes place as a result of germination and morphology when you deal with language. So the word Mar, which was the name of Amen, which is one of the most ancient deities in ancient Kemet, Amen Ra, you see, which Amen means the hidden one, the one that is within you. He was known as Mar. And that word Mar can also be found in the Hebrew language when it says, let there be light. Amen had the hidden light of Ra within him. So it ain't strange. Even the word Kemet can be traced back to the word Cham, Cham, in linguistics. So, the Moors are the custodians of the wisdom of Kemet. After Kemet fell, it was the Moors who took that wisdom and brought it to the level of elevation, that it came to after the fall of Kemet, so to speak. So, you got to honor the Moors just for that work. Go back and look at what they call the age of enlightenment, when Europe was brought out of the dark ages. These were the Moors who were the custodians of that Kemetic science that was able to translate, ancient documents dealing with science, mathematics, and everything else that, was utilized in science at that time. So yeah, Kemetic, has to do more with our spiritual background than anything. We heard the brother Soul talking about the different belief systems. But if you go into Kemet, the symbol of unity represented the Aten disc. The Aten disc is a disc that has rays coming forth from it with hands coming from the end of the rays. We teach in my body that the hand is symbolic to the mind due to its ability to shape, to mold, to obtain and retain, and so forth and so on. So those hands represented different masterminds that came from the gift of the understanding of the treasures of the Creator. And those particular people went throughout the land taking the truth or a degree of the truth to whatever people that they came up amongst. You see what I'm saying? So when we understand that right there, we get a grand drawing off the Aden disc. And also that the sun of truth shines upon every nation. That's why you had, Buddha to bring something to his people. That's why you had Krishna to bring a message to his people. Yehoshua, Jesus, as they like to call him, Isa, Muhammad, all of these different masterminds, they represent the end result of the light, as the brother was just asking the question about in all actuality. Yes, sir. Islamism, Rostov, more light indeed. The brother say it sound like, I guess they trying to say masonry. But in all actuality, family, masonry is an illusion, so to speak, compared to Moorish science. And I say that because of this. Everything that a Mason has come from the Moors. You see? That's why they say my son, Amar's son. These are the children of the Moors. When it comes to the wisdom, and they honor that low key, even though they, like to celebrate their usurpation of removing the Moors from, their true glory by donning the F.O.E.S, where they got Islam wrote on the F.O.E.S, Muhammad, Ali, and all these different names. The European will let you parade around in the semblance of that, but you go out there and try to build a Kemet, a Egypt, a Mecca. You see what happened with the brother Malachi York? When he tried to go and do something like that right there, he was claiming he was a Mason. But nevertheless, anytime you do something for your people, family, that be the conflict. Actually, Abyss, when you do the research, the Libyans, to the contrary of what you're saying, the Libyans reign longer than the original Kemites who established the Kemetic dynasty. Their dynasty, the Libyans dynasty, the Puttite dynasty, which are the Moors, the ancient Moors, their dynasty was longer lived than the establishers of Kemet. Go and do the research and you will see. Just as these same Moors, their dynasty was the longest, when the Moors went into Spain, dealing with 700 years. And that ring over there was about 700 years when the Libyans took control of ancient Kemet, the Puttites, during the, I want to say the third intermediate period or something like that. But yeah, they was definitely there. So the Moors are a great people, and it's a reason why people trying to sweep the Moors under the rug. They want you to believe that the Moors are the enemy. Ask yourself why. You see, why is that narrative being pushed? Islam, Brother Jay and Soul, what y'all want to add to that? Answering the questions of the brother in the audience.
What is he's basically trying to say that what's he trying to say? Because I can't see the chat from YouTube anymore.
Okay, he said, I don't think that ancient Comedians mix with the Libyan Moors. I'm gonna put it up here. That's one of his statements right there.
Yeah, if you do some research in the history too, you'll see the close connection with the Libyans and Egypt even before uh, um, the ancient Egyptians winded up losing their empire. Like it's not hidden anywhere. Uh,
That's right. That's right. And I got whole breakdowns on my channel on this stuff right here. I done spoke on it so much it's almost redundant to keep saying the same thing. I got so much proof in here to prove what I'm saying, to it's just ridiculous. I'm the
I
receipt.
believe they
Go
I
ahead, brother.
believe they I believe they shared a river system too. There was a lot of trade
Yeah,
going
the
back
Nile
and
went all
forth.
the way over to West Africa.
Exactly. So
Big
if you think that there's no connection with two very close quote unquote kingdoms, if you will, and knowing that that was the only way to trade back in those days, that doesn't even begin to make uh some rash you got to think about it on a rational level too, despite whatever you've maybe been taught. That doesn't make any sense. There's historical records, and they shared the same river. They traded back and forth with each other.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. That's real talk. And so when you're looking at that especially drawing family, it don't get no plainer than that. Man, I got so much information over here pertaining to the Moors and who they are and their native name, what they call themselves. It's like, how in the world can you be in denial? Unless you are just one who believes, or you head over heels, for anything that you find, from the European. We
Whoever
can get
said sounds like masonry, if you masonry has a birthday. Like
that's
the type of masonry that you're talking about, it has a birthday. It like when you're talking about the Moors or the ancient Moabites, like we're talking uh biblical, like if you will. It extends much further back. And if you look at, the garments that Masons wear, if you pay attention to, what they quote unquote teach, or even everything about it, the symbology, the 33 degrees, all of that is is our science. You just have to. It's not hidden either. They just took something and they used their words connotatively to say that something to a less degree, but
right.
um, yeah,
And
it's
the
not. It's
33rd degree actually really deludes to the fact that that's when the light was put out, because that's when the Egyptian, you know, uh, masonry came forth under the Ptolemies. You see what I'm saying? That's what a lot of people don't know. That's when they came up with the so-called Rosetta Stone. You know what I mean? Which came after the old kingdom, which they
right.
then said they was trying to transliterate and all this. That's impossible when you wasn't there.
Exactly. Yeah, that happened during the invasion. Just like that's what the brother is saying.
Third
So
dynasty.
if you look at Egypt beforehand, or this is why they try to tie Anglo Saxons, or even Alexander the Great himself try to tie himself to the ancient Kemites.
And he was the one that ended up when Napoleon was the one that actually took it in their Egyptian masonry. But
Exactly.
all of these were sequences of events that took place to break down, civilization. It's just like the people that inhabited what they like to call modern day Greece, just going back to 330, 33, 333 BC. A lot of people don't know that prior to that, the original inhabitants were the Etruscans. You see what I'm saying? And the Etruscans were our people, wasn't even the European. You see, that's a whole nother teaching in itself. The brother said, so the Pike's info, he talking about Albert Pike, his info is more science. Hold up real quick. I got something for this right here. Give me 1 second.
I know he's about to come back with something powerful, but yes, masonry just in general. So if someone's claiming to be a mason, and you have to understand that as a lot of masons suffer from a high sense of pride as well, because a lot of masons don't understand that they're Moors, and if you have looked into the history of the laws, congressional records, etc., that's very plain and evident. But if someone who, not all, but the ones who claim to be so enlightened, but they missed, that part of history. A lot of that is, 200 years or less.
Now I got this whole book here on magnum opus, right? This is, what he like to call this great work, Albert Pike. None of this, is relative to Moorish science. All this is a bunch of hodgepodge of a bunch of information that has to do with people that are being conquered as a result of what we call truth and falsehood strangely mixed. You see, we got the family talking about the Dinka and the Twa tribes of Africa. Are they Moors? Yes, sir. By definition, the word Moor is the most ancient word that preceded all of those particular words. You don't find a Dinka mentioned in the Kemetic language, bro. Nor do you find, the Twa mentioned by name in those particular Kemetic texts. But you find the word in the root word, more there. Then we got our family here speaking on this is a grand drawing here, the brothers speaking properly. The more teachings are everlasting and ancient, it's bigger than just one area or specific group. It's mixture of multi people and paths. Within Moorish science is also Sufi, and all religion had mystics. That's right, Rostov. And see, people don't know that the Sufi teachings come from Dhul Nun. Dhul Nun was Egyptian born, and he tell you that he got his teaching from Tehuti. See, this is where the conflict came in with the Moors, because the Moors were following what we call the teachings, of the Sufi doctrine. They didn't follow Orthodox Islam. Right now, you have more Sufi tarikats, systems or schools over there in West Africa than a little bit. And so most of your Masons and Masonic doctrine is really a knockoff version that come from Islamic mysticism. In fact, Masonry was committed to being a rival against the Muslims or the Islamic way of life as a whole. So, most of their leadership, like the Knights Templar, made oaths and took pledges under, certain Muslims. The Rosicrucians, what they learned, a lot of their mystic teaching they got from, Sufi masters, so it's the same to be said about any of those Masonic doctrines. They romanticize about these teachings that come out of Kemet. Anybody that know anything about Masonry know that. And that's a big fact there. Yes, sir. What you brothers think about that, Jay and Soul?
I'm
Go ahead.
just learning, bro. I'm just listening and learning.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. But yeah, man, we definitely got to get back on here. And I like the fact that everybody tuning in, and that's why I tried to start it a little earlier, than the last time. And, we definitely going to keep bringing these messages to the manifest to make sure our people get the teaching, because, remember, our subject title goes right back to the five folds of man, his open adversaries, dealing with Lucifer, Satan, devil, dragon, and beast. All of this is dealing with the lower self, dealing with one's fallen consciousness, That's basically what masonry is. These are the teachings of tricknology, as they would call it, or truth and falsehood are strangely mixed. Everybody was trying to know, but Drew Ali is a Mason. No, he wasn't. No, but Drew Ali was an Egyptian adept. He was an Egyptian adept, and the adepts, which are hierophants, they are revealers of the light. We don't conceal the truth. Masons have an oath that they have to take to conceal truth. They can't get out here and speak openly on the things that we're talking. They got to go in the lodge and be behind closed doors over there, talking the type of stuff that we speaking here. You know what I mean? This the uncut truth right here. It don't get no cleaner than this right here. So we got a lot of work to do, family. And it's a lot. These lessons, man, we got so many lessons that's built to appeal to the mind. That's another thing about what we demonstrate over here. We teach self-mastery. We don't teach, a bunch of religious feel-good demonstration. We teach self-mastery, going within the self, mastering the self, holding self accountable, so to speak, being responsible for our actions, our ways, and our deeds. That's something that we as a people have gotten away from. And that's why we move in the world as if somebody else owed us something. No, we owe ourselves something. And that's being ourselves. Islam?
Islam.
Yes, sir. And so knowing is half the battle, though, family. When you know better, you do better. You don't get no plainer than that. And some of our people know better and they plan. And that's why that wrath be on the manifest like it's on the manifest. I'm going to show you something. I'm going to close this demonstration out because I know y'all probably got to do some working like I got to do some working. But I'm going to just show you some of the stuff when I talk about self-mastery and how far we go, because we don't keep no secrets in here. We keep everything sacred. And I'm going to let you see this real quick before we go out of here. Let me see. Open this up here. Close that. I want to take y'all into the Egyptian adept rite of self-initiation. And I actually have some videos on this stuff, so feel free to go in, brothers, and look at some of the videos, because I got a lot of keys, that I put out here for our family. In general, I'm always dropping them. This is a new series of me coming over here going live because I said, well, it's time for me to go live and reach the people. Let me show you something real quick about the initiation that Prophet Noble Drew Ali went through that a lot of people have no idea took place. So if you look here, and you can actually see, by the way, the seal of the Hierophant, which has some history to it. We'll get into that at another time. But you check my videos, you'll see it. You see all the seals of Prophet Noble Drew Ali. This is our right symbolic that was introduced. You see Ta here on the side. Ta is a very important individual when it comes to knowing who the creator is from a Kemetic standpoint. We got all the signs and symbols. Signs and symbols are for conscious minds. And all of this stuff right here existed with the Moors before there was even a Mason to come on the manifest. The eye of providence is a symbol of the Moors. It's not a symbol of the Mason. The hand clasp of unity is a symbol of the Moors, not a symbol. The F.O.E.S is a symbol of the Moors. The scimitar, a symbol of the Moors. The camel, all that stuff right there. These are all symbols of the Moors. Signs and symbols are for the conscious mind and men of understanding. Now, when you come here, even the compass that they use, and you see the T-square here, but the compass is one of the tools of the Moors. We utilize these things long before the European came out of the Dark Ages. However, most of our people like to get a European or a Roman more credit than they do their own selves. But in this particular measure, I won't read a whole lot. I will read this particular portion to give you some idea of ground. It says the Egyptian adept rite of self-initiation This actually has the real degrees that Prophet Noble Drew Ali went through, as brought back by our chairman in the Book of Fire, the Exhuming of a Nation. And I actually came across the actual rites, that were demonstrated, and I put them in, I compiled them. So it says, with Akhenaten's Egyptian adept commentaries concerning the seventh adept degree of Propheta. It says, there's a silence where the soul may meet its God, Allah, and there the fount of wisdom is, and all who enter are immersed in light and filled with wisdom, love, and power. The silence is not circumscribed. It is not a place closed in with walls or rocky steeps, nor guarded by the swords of men. Men carry with them all the time the secret place where they meet Allah. So this is letting you know that we're not talking about going into some temple, man-made building, but we can go to the Bible or the Piscean records where it tells you, know ye not the ye of the temple of God, and the Spirit of God that dwelleth within you, which temple you are. Well, we say in the Moorish Holy Quran, life of man is spit to build a temple of perfected man. So you are the temple, but in this particular measure, what you find, and that's our Kemetic Moorish American prayer that I actually translated from the Kemetic vibration, powerful demonstration right there. 42 laws of Ma'at. That's some of the commentary on the 7 degrees, but I want to get you to the actual process that Prophet Noble Drew Ali went through. I want to speak on this too, since I'm here. A lot of people think this is Masonic regalia, and nothing can be further from the truth. This is the regalia of our people. That's why you see in this Nubian temple here, you see them with the feather coming out of their headdress. You see them with the sash across their body. That's the Ma'atic feather, by the way. This was demonstrated long before masonry came into existence. This is another picture, with one having the sash and all of that on the body and so forth and so on. So all of our stuff comes straight up out of the Kushite measure, and my chairman was the first one to come forth and reintroduce the garb, because many Moors had forgot about the garb, that Prophet Noble Drew Ali was wearing, which actually was preserved through the Hinduist Kushite Valley civilization, who were also of the Kushite civilization. So here, this is actually showing you the process of the neophyte as they go down, into the chamber, because there's underground chambers beneath the Sphinx that lead all the way to the pyramids. Prophet Noble Drew Ali was initiated, in these special chambers. He was given a glass of water and told, basically, that if he was blindfolded too, that if he didn't find his way out, then he would surely perish and become dead man's bones, just like many that fell before him. And this was his test to see if he was the one that they believed that he was, because it was them who had told him he was the last, he was the reincarnation of the last living pharaoh, is what they said. And so this was part of his initiation. So you can see again, the entrance going down into it, underneath it, the temple all the way to the pyramid. Noble Drew Ali given nothing more than a glass of water. He found his way out of this particular chambers under the pyramids, and so to speak, and he came out between the paws of the Sphinx by the time the sun began to rise. This is how it has been given to us. But nevertheless, there's a group of individuals known as the silent majority, or the silent brotherhood, that initiate the worthy, in these special teachings. And this ain't got nothing to do with European Western Freemasonry. This is dealing with straight making one an Egyptian adept. And there are others who actually went through these same initiations or even harder tests. If you notice, the model of the pyramid is based off of the symmetry of the body. What am I referring to? The subterranean chamber. It represents the physical constitution of man. The queen's chamber represents the mental constitution of man. The king's chamber represents the spiritual constitution of man. You see? So each and every one of us have that chamber, you know, in the low where we able to go up on an incline, as we was talking about earlier. And, you know, all of this represent different degrees of unfoldment. You see, and that's why in the Moorish Holy Quran, it was said by Manetho, who was the Egyptian adept, he said, behold, this land of Egypt of the dead, our temples have long been tombs. It says, of hidden things of time. Our temple crypts and caves are dark. In light, there is no secret thing. The sun reveals all hidden truth. There are no mysteries in Allah. Behold the rising sun. His beams are entering every door. Yes, every crevice of the mystic crypts of Misraim. We hail the light. All Egypt craves the light. You know what I mean? So I went through here and put these things together in context, you know, with what was necessary. You heard me talking about the temple, you know, above the neck. You know, all of this has to do with our potential to unfold, family, you know, and become masterminds. It's all in the brain. It's all above the neck. This is what you call metaphysics and physiology. We are the true living temple of God. Our ancestors were master builders. So when they built these temples, they built them based on the structure of the body. That's why if you go into this temple, which is the hall of Karnak or Luxor, they call this the Holy of Holies. Well, in man, this is his adept chamber above the neck. So this is why, you know, here it even says the adept. This is an old measure I found, you know, but look, it shows the pyramid. And this is why Noble Drew Ali himself came back here after receiving his initiation, known as the Egyptian adept student. That's why we Moors teach the way we teach, you know, in regards to dealing with Kemet. You see what I'm saying? So we can go into all this stuff and show you comedically what they represent. The 7 Ali, the 7 eyes of Allah, the 7 chakras, the logo circle 7. This is what the initiate or the neophyte or the student adept is expected to master. You see the 7 deities being held up here by Shu, the deity that represents holy breath. You see deities bringing down light from on high, holding the sun disk. You see the scarab beetle, which represents eternity. This is the Shanus effect. Shanu means circle. Effect, you know, means 7. So I'm showing you the comedic relations to these things for those who wanted the connection between the comedic and the Moors. You hear the Masons talking about Hiram Abiff. Well, they remixed that and got that from the master Heru Ami Abu, the dweller of hearts. This is the comedian adept master right here, the dweller of hearts. Where's the nearest place we can meet him? That's in the Moorish 101. In the heart. This is talking about Allah. But love is the key. That's the true dweller of hearts. And they have killed and murdered the dweller of hearts within our people. And that's why we have so much hatred in us. So the savior of love has to be resurrected and replaced upon the throne. See, that's the real hidden meaning behind so-called raising Hiram Abiff from the dead. It's restoring love in the hearts of our minds of our people. Because Hiram Abiff is a code name for the African God man that was slayed at the hand of these Roman devils. Islam. So man, I can go on and on with this demonstration. When we talk that Kemet, we talk it. You know what I mean? You know, they talk about the guy, which is Ra Heru Akti, Anpu. This is really spirit man being guided by Ra Heru Akti, which is Heru and Anpu. Guide one. You see? Or what we call the scribe, Tehuti, the keeper of the records. Tehuti means divine mind. That's why we say it's the thought of Allah. You see what I'm saying? You have, man, we can go on and on and on. Like I said, I don't want to go through the whole measure. But this is just to give you a peek into, you know, what we teach when it comes to dealing with self-mastery. You know what I mean? And some of the things that you have to master, just to show you the chart, and this is the last portion here. That's another thing too. A lot of people don't know. We talk about the scimitar. See, a lot of people don't know in science there's a portion in the body at the base of the spine known as the scimitar sacrum. That's what it's called, the sacrum plexus. And this scimitar is sacrum is referred to as this because of its shape being similar to the scimitar. This is where they say the kundalini energy is formed at and where the serpent power is harnessed, and one raises that as special demonstration through the 7 ganglionic centers, or the 7 levels of what we call heaven in all actuality. And this is how one forges one scimitar. And they sheath that demonstration above the neck in consciousness, and the principles are in the heart. That's the symbol of the scimitar above the star. Love, truth, peace, freedom, and justice. See the serpent power here coiled at the base of the spine, which when released, is basically the forging of the scimitar. So a lot of these symbols, when you see Masons dealing with hand symbols, these were stolen from the Kemites in the Indus Kushite Valley civilization, the ancient Meru Kushite mudras of consciousness, whereas they say these signs and symbols to them represent being able to pass through the land, being able to be recognized in, the light or the darkness as a Mason and so forth and so on. In our teachings, instead of trying to travel through the physical plane, these mudras really represent being able to go beyond blockages within oneself. So instead of shooting these signs to somebody physically, these signs harness energy that allow you to remove blockages from your path of ascension into the heights of yourself. You see? See, they don't teach this type of stuff. See, they'll tell you that I'm going out of law if I was a Mason teaching this, but I ain't under nobody oath, so I can teach this stuff openly. It ain't in the possession of a thing, but the ability to use it. So we have 7 adept degrees. These are the degrees that Prophet Noble Drew Ali brought back. You see that our chairman was given. And you see the Egyptian adept ladder of initiation degrees. The first one dealing with the Comedian order of the pyramids and the rite of the mysteries of all saw and all is 0.0. I like to call it ground zero of the aspirant, which is the neophyte for admission. Remember I showed you the neophyte going down, beneath the Sphinx, entering. The element here is earth. That means one has to be a master over all earth-bound conditions because you're being tried by the elements, earth, air, water, and fire. In this case, earth. At the 0 point, preparation is the intent. What type of preparation? Purification of the body and development over control, or controlling over the physical appetites, preliminary testing, and emotional response, intelligence, willpower, and obedience. So you can see why I was speaking on the 5 folds of man earlier. The 5 folds of man will not allow you to be able to react properly in the emotional level if you haven't mastered those folds. It will not allow you to react rational from a mode of intelligence. It will not allow you to demonstrate willpower and obedience if you are a slave to the 5 folds. You see? So you got to get past 0.0 or ground zero before you can get into what we call the Black F.O.E.S degrees, which is the grotto, which is the lower level of what I showed you in the pyramid earlier, the subterranean. Then I showed you the Queen's Chamber. You see, then I showed you the King's Chamber, as you can see right here. All of these represent degrees of unfoldment, and all of them are dealing with self-initiation. You see? Initiation, transmutation, exhumation, resurrection, ascension, unification. And the last degree of enthronement, man can't take you through that. Only God himself can honor you with that. So I'll say that, to be the least in what it is. And we can go into that at another time, which I have videos that explain these things deeper. But I just wanted to add that before I close out so our people know what we're dealing with here. You see what I'm saying? So it's very powerful, And so the brother said, well, the hand clasp symbols of masonry, before masonry. Where they are? Oh, man, I got that all in the teachings over here. They were in Kemet before masonry, my brother. Let me show you, since you asked me. I'm going to go ahead and show you this right here. And because we ain't going to pull your leg, brother. We're going to give it to you like it is. Like I say, we don't hide the truth. We don't conceal the truth. You know, we keep it sacred, not secret. So let me go right here. And yes, there's a lot of metaphysics and allegory in relation to dealing with the teaching, but who else knows but those who have went the way? So let me go in here. And I can go through all these different measures. Just give me a second here and I'm going to open up once I get this drawing that I'm looking for. So yeah, we definitely build on this science, family. You know, this is what we do. You know, we've been doing it for some time now. Like I said, we just here to give our people the truth. And nothing but the truth. So help them God. All of our symbolism, everything that we have derives directly from the ancestors. You know, we are not here as thieves, so to speak, stealing from anybody. Everything that we have belonged to us. It came from us. You know, all the symbolism, the signs and the symbols, everything that you can possibly fathom when it comes to dealing with these measures, family. They all come directly from the ancestors. And that's without doubt a contradiction. Yes, sir. Let me get this here. You brothers still there, Brother Jay and Soul? Y'all got something y'all want to say while I'm looking for this brother?
Still here.
Not really. Yeah, I'm definitely still here.
Yeah, any questions on what y'all just seen me drawing on?
No, but I like what you said. You said the truth should be sacred, not secret. I like that one.
Yes, sir, because it ain't in the possession of a thing. I can give you a handful of diamonds, bro. And if you don't know the value of the diamond, you'll put them in the closet and let them collect some spider webs, dust, and everything. So you ain't got to keep no secret in order to protect no truth.
You know what that remind me of?
Go ahead.
What you were teaching in the class the other night on the call. You said that liberty is in the consciousness of being free. Like an enslaved mind can never be free even without the chains. So
That's
that
right.
consciousness of knowing the value of the thing that you possess or are after.
That's right. That's right. The mind would never accept what it is not willing to receive. You see, or what it ain't ready to receive. You know, and that's what we dealing with when we deal with our brothers, you know, and sisters, so to speak, that can't fathom, you know, these high degrees and teachings that our ancestors brought on the manifest a long time ago. You know, especially if it ain't coming from master. You know, so here's one aspect here of demonstrating, because I got answers for every question they probably want to ask about them hand clasps. So let me show the family real quick right here. I'm going to share this screen. I got another too, but I just show this one right now because it's the closest thing to me. You see that right there, family? Before you already asked the question, I already been there. You know, my brother that's in the audience. See, many people, you know, I'm letting it be known right here. Long before there was Masonic grips, dugars, tokens, our ancestors was demonstrating the hand clasp of unity. It don't get no better than that. In stone. Huh? Y'all see it, right? Yes, sir. You see that, brother Jay?
Yeah, I'm looking at. Can you bring it back up real quick?
Yes, sir. This is from the Kemetic temples, and this is from the Sumerians. Go ahead, brother.
You should explain to the people who the Sumerians are too, because a lot of people believe the Sumerians are some ancient methodical European or Anglo-Saxon race.
Yeah, I'm finna show them that real quick. I'm finna show you exactly who they is. I got a whole measure on that too. You know, that's the thing too. Like I said, I ain't really pulled out no measures of showing, the receipts, but I've been alluding to them for the longest. So I'm gonna show them what we talking about right here, so that they don't make no mistakes about it. And this is coming from the root dealing with the Mari PDF right here. Let me share my screen. Can you see that? Is it changing? Can you
Yeah,
see
we can see
what that is right there, y'all see, so I can make sure I'm showing y'all the same thing.
the Egyptian adept symbology.
Okay, yes, sir. That's it right there. Yeah, that's it. So now let me help our family out real quick. Those who may not know who the so-called Sumerians are. See, first, one need to know if we were dealing with a biblical lineage, Menachem is the real name of Noah, right? And Menachem gave birth to Cam, which is they like to call Ham. You see, Cam gave birth to Cush, Mesra, Put, Canaan, right? And all of these sons that come from Cam have a lineage that comes through the root M and R. You see, which can be traced to the Moors. So all of the sons that come from Cam has descendants that mixed or that contributed to the nation that we call Moors. So you had the Meru or the Meroi, which was in the Kushite Valley civilization, which were known as the Meru Kushites. Then you have the Mar and you have the Mera. The Mar and the Mera are descendants of Mesra, who is really known as Mesura or the Ra Mesu, which is where they come up with Mes. This means being born of Ra, sons of Ra. But anyway, you have the Puttites, which the brother pointed out earlier. He know who they were. He know that they Moors, so we give honors to him for knowing that and at least admitting it. But now that you know who they are, the Puttites gave birth to the Mari / the Moor, because the word Moor derives from the word Mari. Mari were known as the Demari, and they were known as the Moorish gods. These are the people of Numidia. So this was the Numidian Moors. So you had the Sabah Moors, the Sabians, the Hikapta Moors, which they like to call Egyptian, the Numidian Moors, which are on the manifest now as the Moors you see them being. Then you have the Mu'aba Moors, which is the ancient Moabites. And this is where your Sumerian come through. Your Mesopotamians, they got that Canaanite lineage all up in there, which were known as the Amori or the Amaru. You see, if they think it's a game, watch this. It even gives the same history right here. When you deal with the Amorites, the Hittites, the Hittites, but these people were us before any European even thought about coming on the scene. Now watch when I show you these pictures of these people. See, like I said, we got receipts for everything that we say. We can even go into the aspects of dealing with this map that was created, and this is dealing with the Moors here on the west coast of Africa, right? Let me show you here. It's a whole nother measure right here. The word mir is also rooted in that word more. The M and R root, which means guardian, the guardian of the provisions of God, right? Here's another root connection with the word more. This is from the book Eden in Egypt by Adam, dealing with Adam and Eve, Pharaoh Akhenaten, and the Queen Nefertiti, and this was written by Ralph Ellis. But then it states here, it says verse 14, and this is talking about the book of Genesis. It says another good example of the original Egyptian origins of this text, the term being used for light is more. Remember me saying that earlier, dealing with the word that related to dealing with Amun Ra and Mar. It says which was derived from the Egyptian Mari, meaning brilliance. So we see a bunch of different connections to this word Mare, and so forth and so on. But this is where it get good at right here. See, like I said, we bring receipts when we come through here. Hold up, let me get this and scroll it down. Our brother G.M. James said it best, and I'm still dealing with the Sumerians. I just want to go here briefly. He said in the 8th century AD, the Moors, natives of Mauritania and North Africa, invaded Spain and took with them the Egyptian culture, which they had preserved. Knowledge in the ancient days was centralized. It says, what? It says it belonged to a common parent and system, the wisdom teaching, the mysteries of Egypt, which the Greeks used to call Sophia. You see? So this is, G.M. James was killed for this information because he was a Mason. So the brother was killed for breaking his oath and basically teaching we was gods. See, even the people they like to call Greeks, these are your Etruscans or your Libyan that are connected to the Attics, as they call them, as well. Look at him up there. Locks all the way down his back. That's what the Greeks, that's Aristotle too, by the way. This is from the Arabic, culture. These are the Arabs. They said this how Aristotle looked, basically. That's their depiction of it. So even the Aristotelian, history is revealed. This is what the original Romans used to look like before the European got there. Who is that? I got whole breakdowns on this stuff, man. Just like I broke down the meaning dealing with the M and R, look at what it says here. It is generally held that the word Moor is defined as North African Berber, late 14th century, from Old French Moor, from medieval Latin Morus, from the Latin Morus meaning inhabitant of Mauritania, which stems from Greek Morus, thought to be a native name. Yet it is very unfortunate that many neglect to trace the term's etymological roots further back. I traced it further back, but he's saying many neglect to do this. Like some of these scholars around here that's always trying to say the word more come from the Greeks. Watch what he said. He said they failed to do this, right? As a language did not begin with the Greeks or the Romans, nor did the term more. So these terms didn't start with the Greeks and the Romans like you have these people running around here saying. It's saying, so we must look further back to find its true source, which brings us to the Phoenician term, Mahuran, meaning Westerners, and that can be ultimately linked to the Egyptian Mnr, Mir, Mar, Mehru, and Mu, just like I just said. You see? This is proof right here. Like I say, I got receipts. This is coming from books. You know what I mean? And this is another old dictionary from the 1600s. The Mari of a man is the breath or the spark of life. The Ha of man is the essence of his being, a kind of ethereal essence, non-visible and intangible matter. As matter, it said it can be conveyed by the hand. That's deep because I was talking about the hand being symbolic to the mind and the rays of light. That's the spark of life. That's, man, So like we can go on and on with just definitions of dealing with the word more and more and more, right? Now let us go over here to these Phoenicians because we're going to get to that as well. And this is why you hear me saying the word Mar is the name of Amen. You see, Amen is the name of Mar. And that word goes back to the word Mari too. Amen was the hidden light, the one of the light. Look at Amen with the scimitar in his hand, the Kafesh. Man, they can't get around all this stuff right here, brother. So people better stop playing, even when you deal with the root of the word more and Mari right here. we see that it also goes into the high priest of Anu. You see that word Mor. This is the ancient name. See Mari here, Mari there, Mar Lenny, Mar. All of that is dealing with the west coast of Africa, which is known today as Mauritania. So if you want to know what the Moors are now, they're in Mauritania being enslaved in this modern time too. So now when we go into the Phoenicians, the Muharram that it made reference to when I was reading earlier, you see this equals Mari and Moor as well. You know that's us. That ain't no European. This is from Charles Anthon's book in 1838. It say this etymology of no value. They was talking about Marus Pumidius Apilentis. Bocart, with more probability, deduces the name Mari from the Phoenician Muharram, meaning the furthest people after the Mari came the Western Ocean. So now, when you get into dealing with these fez wearing ancient Sumerians, because that's what they was wearing, this is what they were known as. We went through all that to bring you back home. Sumeru, Mir, Sumir, Amaru, Amorite, Mar, Mari, ancient Moors of Sumeria, Mesopotamia, Syria. See it here, Mari. That word Mari is rooted in the name Moor as well as Amaru. Look at the headdress. Look at the features. Who said them was Europeans? Who said that? Huh? Man, they better stop playing. Look at these deities. Look at Shedu, the Sphinx. We can go on and on with this demonstration, family. So when we talk about the Moorish gods, the Demari and so forth and so on, man, it don't get no plainer than this right here. And I got plenty more in here, but like I said, I ain't gonna hold you up. I will hit you with this right here though. Even in the older Bible, the Geneva Bible, they used to actually use the word, the Bible that was written before King James, they used the term black Moor here. In certain Hebrew Bibles, look at that, see Moor, they spell it M-O-R, Ethiops, which is another way of saying Ethiopian. Look over here. Moor, Moorish, right here in the Hebrew language. You know what I mean? So, I mean, they got to go do some research when they playing with me. Because I got sources up here, and I got them all the way back to the 1700s. I don't even play with them when I come. I mean, I can go all the way in on this now, but I ain't going to do that. I'm going to let the peace be still at this particular time. You know, I'm going to just flash them at you so you can see what you're dealing with. Or you ain't dealing with somebody that's just talking. I done did this research right here, family, thoroughly. So I'm going to stop sharing this screen real quick. And, yeah, that's where we at with it. And I hope that answers our family question about them Sumerians. All is well, brothers?
Islam, Islam.
Yes, sir. Like I say, we getting it to you truthfully, and want to give honors to you, brother. We give honors to our brothers asking these questions too. You know, it ain't a measure where we coming at you. We just shedding light on everything you answering. We want you to ask some questions. Shouts out to our brother Abyss as well. You know, Rustar. You know, shouts out to the brother. I think that's Riddler, Chicago. You know, honors to your family. You know, salute to you. You know, we got many more to come. You know, and so we want to give honors to you brothers for staying, you know, on here, all those that still watching, and tell the people to like and subscribe this channel, man, because we got some great things coming. We nation building over here. We building government, fam. Salvation, our God, unity. That's the real way. Everybody else want to talk about it. We're going to be about it. Is there anything else you brothers would like to say before we close out, my brothers?
I was just gonna say you brought that back like a boomerang, man. Like from Sumer to the way you just circled that, man, was crazy. That was crazy. From the Menachem, Cam, Kush, Meru, Mero, Mari. Mar is the name of Amen. Then boom, you hit him with the Sumer.
Yes, sir.
That was skillful right there.
Oh yeah, and see that's what we do because we trying to take away all excuses. You know what I mean? Ain't no way you can deny it after that unless you just want to deny it. And the general opinion of men would never alter the nature of truth. So just cause you say it don't exist or you deny it don't mean it don't exist. You feel me? So yeah, this is years, 30 years of research, family. That's another thing. People don't know I've been doing this long before YouTube or Facebook existed. You know what I mean? I've been doing this for 30 years, family. Up to this time we up right now. That's why I don't mind being up. But I just honor and respect y'all. So I got these books over here. I be in them so much my wife get on me. Come to bed now. Cause I love, this truth so much. I want our people to see oneness. That's all. That's all. So what about you, Soul? You got something you want to bring forth too?
No, I'm gonna let it close out. I was just gonna say Islam, peace and love, and we all give our thanks to brothers like you. Thank you for bringing the teachings forward and bringing them in a way that people can understand.
Yes, sir. And brother, don't y'all don't be shy when it come to going to my page. I got all the lessons dealing with the languages too. Like if y'all familiar, y'all want to learn the Arabic, the Coptic, the Demotic, and we actually teaching on the Hieratic right now. And then we're gonna get into the metaphysics of the symbols. So you can go back and check them things out on my page as well, and they'll be a help for ones having a good understanding. You'll see the other Moors on there with us because we getting ready to put a dictionary together. Because that's never been done. Nobody really never transliterated Hieratic, nor did they transliterate Demotic. So we giving it to them, family. Yes, sir. And I think our brother Jay had something he was finna say too. Brother Jay, you were finna say something else?
Where you get that quote from, man? The general opinion of men will never alter the truth. Where you get that from?
Oh, that come from the circle self, man. You know what I
Okay.
mean? Yes, sir. The general opinions of men would never alter the nature of the truth. You know what I mean? And that's how you got to give it to them. That's what I tell them all the time when they be in denial. You can deny it all you want to, but that ain't gonna wish the truth away. You know what I mean?
That's right.
Yes, sir. So at this time, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna leave our family with a grand trike as we close it out, so our family can go out with some good vibes and also something to etch this in the thought pattern, so to speak. Want to make our people get a real grand thought right here, because we're a man of many different talents, family. I be demonstrating it in all aspects. This is like my first love too, dealing with the music. I need to get back on some measures now and really go deeper, because that's a way of reaching our people too when they don't want to really be still. You know what I mean?
Islam.
So let me give you this track right here, and we're gonna close out on this note. Okay. Give me 1 second here. Okay. I'm gonna share the video so y'all can catch the screen as well. Give you the audio so you can get it as it sounds with clarity. All right, family.
Back during slavery, when black people like me lost their slaves, they didn't kill them. They sent some old house Negro along behind him to undo what he said. You have to read the history of slavery to understand this. There were two kinds of Negroes. There was that old house Negro and the field Negro. And the house Negro always looked out for his master.
Yeah, this that sacrilegious blasphemy. Revolutionary speech to make them blasphemy. And I put it all on the line to see my people free. Even if it leads to Roman legions crucifying me. Yeah, this that sacrilegious blasphemy. Revolutionary speech to make them blasphemy. And I put it all on the line to see my people free. Even if it leads to Roman legions crucifying me. blood diamonds in our veins, so we creep. Every nigga's a potential donor for a small fee. Over the years I gave my blood, gave my sweat and tears. Upright, independent, and fearless, and it's all clear. They wanna see me on my knees with my hands out, but I refuse to be a bigger ninny chasing clout. Your favorite rapper on a master, he's a faithful slave. Values worshiping pagan rights for minimum wage. And I say the things that these house niggas wanna say. Can't cancel me cause I'm the culture, watch me lead the way. My footprints are clearly cut cause I'm a big stepper. I leave eternal landmarks, therefore I live forever. My Moorish ties can never be severed. Medieval demons try to earn acceptance, and I don't have to get ready because I stay ready. Recite these vanishing rituals, these are my confessions, and I got a 7-day theory like Machiavelli. Sacrilegious blasphemy, revolutionary speech to make them blasphemy, and I put it all on the line to see my people free, even if it leads to Roman legions crucifying me. Yeah, it's that sacrilegious blasphemy, revolutionary speech to make them blasphemy, and I put it all on the line to see my people free, even if it leads to Roman legions crucifying me. Freedom of speech, just watch what you say. Them devils look for excuses to exercise their hate. The soundbite manipulation justify the case. A pig's only agenda is to control our fate. So many snakes and I miss silent hissing like Judas. Filled with malice and greed, but still I see through them. And I can see it in their eyes that pray for my demise. A crown of thorns upon my head, but yet I hold it high. And I walk with purpose and pride in every step I strive, cause I made a vow to the ancestors to ride or die. So I got a burden of many spirits and lost souls. Yeah, I'm captive within the struggle as I unfold. They hold the stripes on my back, look at my broken flesh. I'm speaking truth to power into my last breath. I hear true legends never die, and now I'm legendary. And I live forever through these lyrics, even when I'm buried. Yeah, it's that sacrilegious blasphemy, revolutionary speech to make them blasphemy, and I put it all on the line to see my people free, even if it leads to Roman legions crucifying me. Yeah, it's that sacrilegious blasphemy, revolutionary speech to make them blasphemy, and I put it all on the line to see my people free, even if it leads to Roman legions crucifying me. Yeah, it's that sacrilegious blasphemy, revolutionary speech to make them blasphemy, and I put it all on the line to see my people free, even if it leads to Roman legions crucifying me. Yeah, it's that sacrilegious blasphemy, revolutionary speech to make them blasphemy, and I put it all on the line to see my people free, even if it leads to Roman legions crucifying me.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Most definitely, brothers. Yeah, so on that note, we love you, brothers. Peace and love. And stay up. And we'll be back on here again. And we look forward to seeing you, brothers, come on here, brother. Red, you get a chance, brother. Cam up, Rostov, Cam up. Shouts out to the brother Soul and Jay. Good brother Eugene Johnson. We give honors to you as well, brother. We got more to come, and all are welcome. We trying to unite our people, man. Also, Dim Loki, 21, peace and love to you as well. It's time to unite. We got to come together, boots on the ground, all hands on deck. That being said, family, we love you. Peace, love, and law at all costs. Shimo Tepu Unquajet Saneb, life, health, and prosperity be upon you all. Islamism to the Moors, Ashe to our revolutionary family, Assalamu alaikum Rahman to Allah Barakatuhu to our Islamic family, Shalom, Barakatah, as our Hebrew brothers, and JJ 7000 would say, all our family, it's all love, Yahuru, And if I didn't greet, in the greeting that one may see fit as being a greeting, please forgive me, and don't charge it to my heart, charge it to my mind. So peace and love. We love your family, and we out of here. Like, share, and subscribe. Promote the movement.